Chapter 881 Clearing. On the jade tablet, the number behind Tianyun's name kept jumping, seemingly unable to stop Lu Ming. When Lu Ming reached the 20th level, the sovereigns who were ranked behind him were the fastest. They had only passed the 12th level. The difference was too great. The rest of the people around the square kept their mouths shut. Those who said that Lu Ming was just relying on his judgment also kept their mouths shut. How could he break the formation so quickly just by relying on his eyesight? Even they themselves did not believe it. Damn it! Detestable! In the crowd, Sunrise was roaring in anger. The other paragons who had been beaten up by Lu Ming before also had ugly expressions. The number of levels that Lu Ming had cleared was still rising rapidly. Not long after, Lu Ming successfully broke through level 24 and rushed to level 25. At this level, Lu Ming's speed finally slowed down a little. This made many people let out a long sigh of relief. If Lu Ming's speed of breaking the array was still as crazy as before, they would really doubt whether Lu Ming was still human. It was normal to be slower. Even if it was just a little slower, they would feel much more comfortable. In the Myriad Formations Pagoda, there was a desert. Lu Ming stood in the middle of the desert. The strong wind whistled, blowing the desert and filling the air with sand and dust. Every grain of sand was shining with light, as if every grain of sand had been set up with a formation. The difficulty of cracking this was rather high. Lu Ming's eyes were shimmering with light. Endless wild sand appeared in his eyes. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! His fingers moved, and thousands of phantoms appeared in the space. Countless inscriptions were born from his fingertips, rushing in all directions and disappearing into the dust. Just now, Jimai took a full hour to pass level 25. However, 10 minutes later, the strong wind stopped and the desert disappeared. Lu Ming appeared on the 26th floor. Amazing! Jimai said, his eyes were filled with surprise. The other heaven's favorites, such as Yen Tong, Meng Jia, and H. Ming, were shocked. They had all reached the 25th level and knew how difficult it was. However, Lu Ming had only used 10 minutes to pass it. It was terrifying. I wonder how many levels Tianyun will be able to reach? Someone asked. No one said anything, even those who liked to make comments before. The key was that the previous remarks they made about Lu Ming were never accurate. They were also blushing and ashamed. How would they dare to express their opinions easily? They might be slapped in the face by Lu Ming again. It was better to watch quietly. 26, 27. Very soon, Lu Ming had passed the levels and surpassed Jimai, who was previously in first place. Moreover, the time he used was much shorter than Jimai. However, this did not stop. The challenge continued. 30, 31, 32, 33. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had cleared the 33rd level and entered the 34th level. It's the last 3 levels. I heard that the last 3 levels are extremely difficult. Even the other 13 Zongzis have not been able to pass them. The strongest stopped at the 35th level. That's right. Although it's only the intermediate level, the difficulty of the last 3 levels is also very terrifying. I estimate that the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion will stop at the 35th level at most. As the crowd discussed, some people couldn't help but express their opinions. At that moment, the last batch of people had already come out. Lu Ming was the only one in the Myriad Formations Tower. Among them, Bai Qixue made it to the 25th floor, which was quite an achievement. Bai Qixue's talent was amazing, otherwise, she would not have been accepted as a disciple by Bai Shijin, a leader of a sect and a supreme master. Everyone waited in silence. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. He's moving. Tianyun has charged through. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The number behind Lu Ming's name had changed to 35. 35th step. This was already the record for the strongest Heaven's Pride expert of this generation. In the Myriad Formations Pagoda, light shone and countless inscriptions flickered. A large formation emerged, forming a terrifying saber radiance that slashed at Lu Ming. Each of these blade lights could easily kill an existence at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. And here, there were hundreds of blades shining. Of course, if one was hit by the blade light here, they would not really die. They would only fail to pass the level and be transported out. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and his fingers moved quickly. Runes appeared one after another, forming a large array. Shields appeared and blocked Lu Ming's surroundings. The saber beams were blocked by the shields. Then, Lu Ming began to step forward and form an array. He searched for the weaknesses of the big arrays and began to crack them. However, the formation on this level seemed to be endless. After one was broken, another one would appear. Lu Ming continuously inscribed runes and continued to crack them at a very fast speed. Time passed by slowly. 2 hours later, no new array appeared. Lu Ming successfully cleared the 35th level and appeared on the 36th level. At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually passed through the 35th level and entered the 36th level, breaking the record of this generation. Of course, the other 13 Zongzis hadn't cleared the intermediate level of the All Formations Pagoda for many years. The records they left behind were all from many years ago. Otherwise, the 13 Zongzis, who were ranked in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents, would definitely be able to pass the medium difficulty level of the 1,000 Formations Pagoda. Even if they were powerful, they could still pass it. Another 3 hours passed, and on the jade tablet, Tianyun's name glowed brilliantly, emitting a golden light. This meant that Lu Ming had cleared the level. A wave of shocking cheers and shouts of disbelief erupted from the audience. Lu Ming had actually cleared the level. Was his Tao of inscription also so terrifying? Or was his eyesight already so terrifying that he could accurately find the weakness of the formation? The 1,000 Formations Pagoda shone with a golden light and Lu Ming was teleported out. Countless eyes were on Lu Ming. At this moment, some people had already revealed looks of admiration. In the second round, without a doubt, Lu Ming came in first. Then, Meng Chong announced the names of the people who passed the second round. There were a total of 200 people. Out of more than 1,500 people, only 200 people successfully advanced. The rest were all eliminated. The elimination rate was really high. Now, the 200 who have advanced will proceed to the third round. The third round will be a battle of strength. Meng Chong announced. Then, he waved his hand. In the center of the white jade square, inscriptions glowed, and a huge, bronze, ancient fighting ring appeared. Then, Meng Chong announced the rules. The third round was a test of overall strength. Formations, puppets, inscription talismans, and spirit weapons could all be used. However, there was one point. Inscription talismans had to be made by the user. The winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. Until the top 3 were selected, they would be rewarded with the opportunity to cultivate on the observatory. As for who would fight who, it was completely up to Meng Chong. Now, whoever's name I call will go up the stage. Meng Chong announced as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Tianyun. Meng Chong called out the first name. The sullen rising sun. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They had not expected Meng Chong to call out Tianyun first. Lu Ming was stunned as well. He did not expect to be the first to go on stage. However, he did not care. It did not matter which rank he went on stage. Lu Ming moved and rushed up to the fighting ring. Sunrise. Then, Meng Chong reported another name. The crowd went silent, and then they all revealed strange smiles. Meng Chong was the first one to let Lu Ming fight against the rising sun. This was definitely intentional. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. This supreme Meng Chong was really interesting. In the crowd, Sunrise's eyes flickered. He stepped into the air and walked onto the fighting ring. Tianyun, even though you've passed level 36 of the Thousand Formation Pagoda, I'm guessing that you've done so by relying on martial arts, right? Can you break through with your Tao of Inscription? You're courting death. Su Ri said coldly as he stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. The eyes of the people around the white jade square flickered. I think Sunrise's words make sense. That's right. In the Thousand Formations Pagoda, no one could see how Tianyun sure broke through the formations. Perhaps he broke through with the power of martial arts. His martial arts are indeed very terrifying. Yes, martial arts can also break arrays. Why didn't I think of this before? Maybe it's true. Then it's not that impressive that he passed the 36th level. After all, his power of martial arts is really strong. If the other 13 Zongzis were to challenge the medium difficulty level of the Thousand Formations Pagoda, they would be able to pass quickly. The discussion around them grew louder and louder. Many people had suspicious looks in their eyes. They all thought that Lu Ming had relied on the power of martial arts to clear level 36 of the Thousand Formations Pagoda. Just watch. No matter what, martial arts can't be used in the third round. You can only rely on the Tao of Inscription. We'll soon find out whether the Tao of the Heavenly Cloud is strong or not. Not bad. Just watch. Some people were more rational and did not rush to make a conclusion. On the fighting ring, Sunrise smiled smugly when he saw that his words had aroused everyone's suspicion and caused them to deny all of Lu Ming's achievements. Tianyun, let's fight purely with the Tao of Inscription. I'll let you know that it was your mistake to hit me last time. I'll pay you back 10 times over. Sunrise gritted his teeth. During this process, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He was carefree as if he did not care at all. Are you done with your nonsense? If you're done, let's start. The others still want to compete. Lu Ming spoke indifferently. From his tone, it was as if he did not care about the rising sun. Since you're so eager to be abused, I'll fulfill your wish. Sunrise said coldly. Then, he strode forward. With every step he took, an array would appear on the fighting ring. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen large formations appeared on the fighting ring. These large formations condensed monstrous flames and surged toward Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and runes spread out from under his feet. They seemed to be alive and swam to the array set up by the rising sun. Sunrise's array formation was like a bubble. With a pop, it disappeared. The flames that filled the sky also disappeared. What's going on? Sunrise was shocked. He then roared and waved his hands. On the ground, another formation appeared. However, the formation had only emerged halfway when Lu Ming took a light step forward. The formation that had just emerged from the rising sun disappeared with a puff. Sunrise bellowed angrily and continued to inscribe the array. However, Lu Ming took another light step and Sunrise's array also appeared halfway before disappearing. Impossible. Sunrise's eyes were red. He roared and continued to set up the array. The blue mental energy fire between his brows was dancing wildly. However, Lu Ming was expressionless. With his hands behind his back, he walked casually on the ground as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. With every step he took, the formation that was half formed by the rising sun would collapse and dissipate. What a brilliant method of breaking formations! Every time Sunrise tried to inscribe a formation, Tianyun would be able to accurately see through the weakness of his formation and break it. A white-haired old man stroked his beard and nodded his head repeatedly with a surprised look on his face. Many people recognized him as an elder of the Talisman sect. He was a level 8 inscriber and extremely powerful. Since the level 8 alchemist had spoken, there was no mistake. Many people gasped, their eyes filled with shock. To think that Tianyun would be able to see through the weakness of the rising sun formation even before it was completed, or perhaps even just halfway through its inscribing process. This was truly terrifying. If it was a complete formation, it would still make sense if it could see through the weakness. But for a formation to be able to find its weak point before it was fully inscribed and before it could even fully display itself, how it would operate was still unknown. It wasn't even clear what inscription the other party wanted to inscribe. This was too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming could easily take a step forward and quickly break the rising sun's array. His control of the mental energy fire was extremely amazing. This was a slap to the face of the rising sun. Earlier on, didn't Sunrise say that Lu Ming used martial arts to break the array in the myriad array pagoda? Now, Lu Ming would let him see what he had to use to break the array. Was it the martial Tao or the Tao of inscription? At this moment, Sunrise's face was red. He bellowed continuously. Every time he was halfway through inscribing the array, Lu Ming would break it. That feeling was too uncomfortable. It was as if he had strength but could not use it. Every time he was halfway through, he had to hold it back. He almost vomited blood. In the end, he roared in anger and retreated quickly. With a wave of his hand, 9 huge puppets appeared and formed a battle formation, charging at Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward. Suddenly, dense inscriptions appeared on the ground. A huge formation emerged and 9 combat swords condensed. With one slash, the 9 puppets of the rising sun were cut in half. At the same time, another formation appeared under Sunrise's feet. Vines flew out and wrapped around Sunrise. Then, the formation glowed, and one fist after another condensed and rushed toward the rising sun. No, I admit defeat. No! Sunrise shouted, but it was too late. The endless fists drowned him out. Only his shrill screams could be heard on the fighting ring. When the fist disappeared and the formation was hidden, Sunrise was lying miserably on the fighting ring. His body was covered in wounds and his face was swollen like a pig's head. No one could recognize him. Looking at Sunrise's miserable appearance, many people felt cold all over. Heart of the Earth. His usage of mental energy fire has reached Heart of the Earth. Impressive. It was still the 8th grade alchemist. He stroked his beard and spoke with admiration. What? Tianyun has actually reached the state of heart. Many people were extremely shocked. There was only one step between the minute and the heart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Other than the 13 Zongzi candidates, only Jimai, Yan Tongtong, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming had reached the state of heart supremacy. Now, there was another Tianyun. Chapter 883 Advancing. Now, no one had any doubts that Lu Ming had used martial arts to clear the myriad formations tower. His eyesight was too terrifying and he could easily see through weaknesses. Furthermore, his control of mental energy fire had reached the heart realm. Perhaps, he could really pass through the 36th level. Wasn't this too shocking? Tianyun's martial Tao was so terrifying, and even his Tao of inscription was so terrifying. How were the others supposed to survive? Jimai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and H. Ming's eyes turned serious. This time, perhaps Tianyun would be a formidable opponent. Ha, not bad, not bad. In the sky, Du Songjue, Bai Shijin, and the others nodded and laughed. It seems that this little guy still holds grudges. Bai Shijin laughed. He was referring to the incident where Lu Ming beat the rising sun into a pig's head. This is what a real man should do. When the other party bullies you, of course, I have to fight back. I think Lu Ming is my type. No wonder this kid can cause a war in 9 dragons. Du Songjue stroked his snow-white beard and laughed. Ever since they found out that Lien Tsang was killed by Martial Emperor De, Du Songjue and the others from the puppet sect had given up on the idea of joining Martial Emperor De's side. All they could think of now was how to fight against Martial Emperor De. Therefore, Du Songqing's opinion of Lu Ming had changed greatly. He naturally hoped that Lu Ming would be as strong as possible. It would be best if Lu Ming could lead the Talisman Amulet sect to fight against Martial Emperor De in the future. That's true. However, Lu Ming's array is all about fists. Where did he learn it from? Why have I never heard of such an array? Bai Shijin asked, puzzled. The formation condensed a fist, and it wasn't very powerful. It was as if it was specially used to beat people. They had lived for thousands of years and had never seen such a formation. However, they soon found out the answer. Since you're looking for trouble, I can only fulfill your wish. This is a formation I came up with 2 days ago. It's quite effective, right? Lu Ming walked to the front of the rising sun and smiled. Lu Ming had mastered countless inscriptions from Dandan. All arrays were made up of inscriptions. Lu Ming had nothing to do for the past 2 days and had conceived such an array. It was very effective when used to beat people up. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were stunned as they looked at each other. As it turned out, this array was developed by Lu Ming and it was specially used to beat people up. At the same time, they were also very shocked that Lu Ming could actually develop his own array. This was something that could only be done with an extremely strong foundation. Sunrise's eyes were so swollen that he could not open them. He moved his body with all his might, full of fear towards Lu Ming. Tianyun wins this battle, Meng Chong announced. Lu Ming smiled and got off the fighting ring. Someone went up and helped Sunrise off the fighting ring. Good job, Tianyun. Bai Qixue was so excited that her face turned red, and she clenched her fists. The competition continued. Meng Chong called out names and they began to fight one-on-one. Lu Ming stood below and looked at the fighting ring. Lu Ming had seen many battles between warriors, but he rarely saw a battle between inscription masters. Lu Ming watched with interest as he watched all kinds of formations flash and puppets pounce. It was quite interesting. Meng Chong seemed to be doing this on purpose. The God-Great Heaven's favorites started to move away from each other and didn't bump into each other. Soon, it was Bai Qixue's turn. Bai Qixue's opponent was not strong, so she won easily. After a day and a night, the 200 people had all finished their battles, leaving only 100 people. The next 100 people continued to fight in pairs, and Meng Chong picked them. This time, Lu Ming was at the back of the queue. When he went up the stage, his opponent immediately admitted defeat. This person was not as strong as Rising Sun, but Rising Sun was easily abused by Lu Ming. Naturally, he quickly admitted defeat to avoid further humiliation. Very quickly, the top 50 were born. Bai Qixue did not advance. She met a master and failed. Next, it was the competition to advance from the top 50 to the top 25. Those who were able to rank in the top 50 were all geniuses among geniuses. Among them, there were more than 30 god-tier geniuses, while the rest were quasi-god geniuses. The competition continued. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was a quasi-god level prodigy. However, he was quickly defeated by Lu Ming's lightning-fast formation. When one's usage of mental energy fire had reached the Heart's End realm, the speed at which one inscribed the array was too fast. On the other hand, Jimai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and H. Ming also won the competition in a crushing manner. The top 25 had been born. What was somewhat unexpected was that a few god-tier geniuses had been defeated by a few new faces. Without a doubt, these new faces were all new geniuses who had risen up and were all very powerful. Next, there are 25 people. I will choose Jimai to enter the top 4 directly. The remaining 24 of you will fight in pairs until the last 3 will fight with Jimai for the top 3. Do you have any objections? At this time, Meng Chong's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. No objections. I have no objections. The other 24 people chimed in. Jimai was too strong, he would definitely lose if he went up against him. It was better to let him advance directly so that they would not meet him in advance. The others would naturally agree. This time, Jimai's strength was recognized as the number 1. Alright, since you've all agreed, then Jimai will not need to compete for the time being. Next, the top 12 will be from the top 24. Yan Tong will fight Gao Lu. Meng Chong announced. Yan Tong flew up and his opponent was a beautiful lady. She was also a god-tier genius. Yan Tongtong belonged to the puppet sect and was good at controlling puppets. Gao Lu belonged to the talisman sect and was good at inscription talismans. Gao Lu took out 6 class 9 lever 6 inscription scrolls. They shone with all kinds of lights, some for protection, some for attacking, and some for trapping enemies. With a wave of his hand, Yan Tongtong summoned Tolavir puppets. Each of the 12 puppets was not at class 9 lever 6, but class 10. The 10th level of the 6th level had already surpassed the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm and was equivalent to the great circle of the spiritual ocean realm. It could also be considered a half-step spirit embryo realm. Inscription scrolls and puppets were very similar to the classification of demonic beasts and corresponded to martial arts. An inscriber's strength had little to do with the division of mental energy fire. It mainly depended on the formations one inscribed, the inscription talismans one had mastered, the puppets one controlled, and so on. Yan Tongtong, for example, was controlling 12 class 10 lever 6 puppets at the same time. It was equivalent to 12 perfected Spirit Sea Realm experts attacking together. Furthermore, he had set up a formation, and the power was extremely terrifying. Yan Tongtong, ranked 115th on the list of top 1,000 talents, had terrifying strength. The powerful puppet easily tore through the defense and attack of the golems and defeated them. After that, Meng Jia and H. Ming did the same. They displayed astonishing strength and defeated their opponents, entering the top 12. Tian Yun vs. Feng Tai. Meng Chang's voice sounded. Lu Ming stepped forward. When he saw his opponent, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Feng Tai, ranked 183rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, was very powerful. He was also the Heaven's Pride expert who had been beaten up by him last time. Feng Tai looked at Lu Ming with an ugly expression. He had been beaten up by Lu Ming previously and he had lost a lot of face. Chapter 884 Counter Control. However, Feng Tai did not provoke Lu Ming as Sunrise did. He had clearly seen what happened to Rising Sun. He was rather fearful of Lu Ming. Tian Yun, it won't be that easy for you to defeat me. I don't believe that your Tao of inscription is that powerful. Feng Tai said in a low voice. Make your move, you'll know once you try. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Feng Tai didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and Tolavir giant puppets appeared in front of him. These were 12 giant Wallevers. Their bodies were completely black, and they emitted a powerful aura. 6 of them were at the 10th rank of level 6, and the other 6 were at the peak of the 9th rank. Each of them was 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. They looked like 12 giant monsters. The 12 giant wolf puppets formed a large formation. They roared and pounced at Lu Ming, causing the fighting ring to rumble violently. This Feng Tai should have lit up 7 mind lamps at each level. Lu Ming's heart stirred. An ordinary inscriber could control 1 or 2 puppets, and that was already impressive. Feng Tai could control 12 powerful puppets at the same time, and he could even form a large array. His mind power must be very strong, far beyond that of an ordinary inscriber. At the same time, his mastery of mental energy fire must have reached the peak of the subtle realm, or else he would have found it very difficult to do so. In the past, the tribes that Lu Ming had encountered in the underground world were just superficial knowledge that Lien Tsang had passed on to him. He did not understand the essence of the knowledge. In addition, the people in the underground world had limited talent and their mental energy fire was not strong. Their control of the mental energy fire was also very shallow. Usually, they could only control 1 puppet. Compared to the paragons of the Talisman Amulet sect, they were far inferior. Lu Ming put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly as he looked at the Tolavir puppets that were charging at him. He did not summon the puppets to fight the enemy, nor did he take out the inscription scrolls. What is Tian Yun trying to do? Could it be that he was going to rely on a temporary formation to fight against Feng Tai's puppet battle formation? How is this possible? Inscribing a formation in an instant can't be of a very high level. It's fine to use it against enemies with a great disparity in strength, but it's a little too much to use it against Feng Tai's puppet battle formation. It's hard to say. Tianyun has already reached the heart limit realm, and his inscribing speed is unparalleled. He might be able to inscribe some powerful formations in an instant to resist Feng Tai's puppet battle formation. Seeing this situation, many people started to discuss. Just as the puppet was about to reach Lu Ming, he took a light step forward. A total of Tulivir formations appeared on the ground. The formations glowed, and a human figure condensed. Lu Ming. All the figures condensed by the array were Lu Ming's figures, which were exactly the same as him. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What kind of formation is this? How come I've never seen him before? I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Someone exclaimed. Tulivir Lu Ming's figures appeared beside the Tulivir puppets. In a flash, they rushed towards the puppets and extended their palms to slap them. Break! Feng Tai let out a low roar as he controlled his puppets to attack the Tulivir figures. Bang! 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 The Tulivir figures were extremely fragile. After being hit by the puppets, they immediately collapsed. However, before Feng Tai could smile, the collapsed figures turned into runes that spread on the Tulivir puppets, forming a formation and entering the puppets' bodies. I don't care what tricks you're playing, take this. Feng Tai growled and controlled the puppet to continue pouncing at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring with his hands behind his back. He really did not move at all, not even his feet. What is this Tianyun trying to do? He didn't move at all. Was he looking for death? Or are you planning to admit defeat? At such a close distance, it's already too late for him to inscribe a formation to resist. Has he really given up on the competition? Does he know that he's no match for Feng Tai? The surroundings were filled with clamor. Tianyun, fight back. Below the stage, Bai Qixue shouted with a worried look. Roar! The giant wolf puppet howled and brandished its sharp claws, trying to grab Lu Ming. It's over, this Tianyun is finished. I don't know what's gotten into him, but he's not fighting back, nor is he admitting defeat. Someone cried out in shock. Lu Ming did not admit defeat. Feng Tai could continue to attack. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest were also staring at the fighting ring without blinking. Their eyes were filled with doubt. They did not know what Lu Ming was planning. If you're pretending to be mysterious, then you'll be defeated. Feng Tai's eyes were filled with madness and a hint of joy. He could finally take revenge for what happened last time. Just as the giant wolf puppets' claws were about to land on Lu Ming, the Tulivir giant wolf puppets suddenly stopped and froze in front of Lu Ming. What was going on? Don't tell me Feng Tai showed mercy. That must be it. Feng Tai must have stopped the puppet when he saw that Tianyun couldn't fight back in time. Everyone guessed. However, they didn't see that Feng Tai's expression had become very strange. It was filled with bewilderment, astonishment, and even shock. Roar! The 12 giant wolf puppets howled and turned around one after another. They stood in front of Lu Ming and looked at Feng Tai, who was opposite them. Many people were confused. This didn't seem right. Go! At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Then, the 12 giant wolf puppets roared and charged at Feng Tai. Impossible! Feng Tai let out a roar of disbelief. The blue light between his brows flickered, and the mental energy fire danced wildly. However, he discovered that he had completely lost control of the Tulivir puppets. It was as if his connection with the Tulivir puppets had been cut off. He was shocked. Boom! 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 Tulivir huge puppets stepped on the battle stage and pounced towards him. He roared and waved his hands, inscribing a formation on the ground. Light flashed and the formation appeared. Unfortunately, it was no longer able to stop the puppet's iron hooves. In an instant, the formation he had inscribed was destroyed, and the giant wolf puppet's huge claws grabbed at Feng Tai. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat," Feng Tai shouted. The giant wolf puppet's claw stopped on top of Feng Tai's head. Everyone in the surroundings looked at this scene in shock. What was going on? What the hell was going on? How did Feng Tai's puppet end up being controlled by Tianyun? I don't know. What's going on? Could it be the formation that Tianyun carved earlier, the formation that condensed Tulivir bodies that were the same as him, that was the formation that controlled Feng Tai's puppet? What? There was actually such a formation in the world. How come I didn't know about this? There was a clamor all around. Many people couldn't control their emotions and cursed. The key was that the scene was too strange and amazing. What kind of formation is this? In the sky, Bai Shijin and Du Songjue looked at each other in a daze. They had never heard of such a formation before. Chapter 885 Fighting H. Ming. Master Lien Song never mentioned such a formation. If there was such a formation, he would have passed it down. Du Songjue said. The others nodded in agreement. It seems that Lu Ming not only obtained Grandmaster Liao Tsang's legacy, but he also had other fortuitous encounters. Bai Shijin sighed. This formation is very intriguing, but its effect is not as great as you think. It's completely dependent on a strong mental energy fire and the formation to cut off the connection between the opponent and the puppet and take it for one's own use. Lu Ming's mental energy fire is much stronger than Feng Tai's, which is why he was able to do it. Du Songjue pondered and commented. His eyes were sharp, and his guess was pretty close. Of course, Lu Ming had learned this array from Dandan. Just like what Du Songjue had said, it required mental energy that was much stronger than the other party to be able to do it. If the mental energy was weaker or similar to the other party, it would not be possible. However, other than supreme martial artist experts like Du Songjue, how could ordinary people see the profoundness within? Naturally, they were shocked beyond words. Meng Chong was also stunned for a moment before he announced, Tianyun wins this battle. The crowd was in an uproar. It was the first time they had seen someone win like this. Roar! The Tulivir giant wolf puppets growled and turned to walk toward Lu Ming. Wait a minute, Tianyun, my puppet, can you return my puppet to me? Feng Tai shouted. Yours? You must be mistaken. These puppets are clearly mine. If you don't believe me, you can call out to them and see if they'll care about you. Lu Ming said with a smile. I. Feng Tai stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a word. His face turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, these puppets were originally mine. Everyone saw it. Don't you know that this is a trophy? If you have the ability, why don't you take it back? Lu Ming stared at Feng Tai with an unfriendly gaze. Roar! The Tulivir puppets growled and stared at Feng Tai with cold eyes. They bared their teeth as if they were ready to pounce at any moment. Feng Tai was so scared that his face turned pale. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, he kept the Tulivir puppets into his storage ring. Feng Tai's heart ached so much that it almost bled. The Tulivir puppets, especially the 6 at Class 10 of Level 6, were as powerful as those at the exceptional spiritual ocean realm. They were also invulnerable and fearless. In a battle, they were even stronger than a warrior at the exceptional spiritual ocean realm. Each one of them was worth a fortune. He had paid a great price to get it, and his heart was bleeding. The price of an inscription scroll of the same grade couldn't be compared to that of a puppet. Inscription scrolls were much easier to make because they could only be used once before disappearing. As for puppets, they could be used for a long time. The process of making them was very complicated and many materials were needed. They were very precious and their price was much higher than inscription talismans of the same grade. His heart ached. Lu Ming was in a good mood and he got off the fighting ring. Many people cast envious looks at Lu Ming from all around. On the other hand, Yen Tongtong and the other paragons of the puppet sect looked grim. They were thinking that if they encountered Lu Ming later on, they could not use the puppet anymore, or they would suffer a huge loss. In this way, Lu Ming successfully entered the top 12. The competition continued, and very quickly, the top 12 were all born. After a short break, they continued the competition to determine the top 6. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was another heaven's favorite from the puppet sect. This person was very powerful and ranked higher than Feng Tai. However, he was trembling with fear when facing Lu Ming. He did not even dare to take out his puppet and only used inscription formations to fight Lu Ming. He was mainly afraid that Lu Ming would take the puppet. How strong could an inscriber who specialized in puppeteers be if he only used formations and not puppets? With a wave of his hand, the 12 giant wolf puppets that he had obtained from Feng Tai charged forward. With the help of Lu Ming's formation, they easily defeated the genius. The man was extremely aggrieved. He majored in puppeteering but he could not use puppets. Not only that, but he was also surrounded and beaten up by Lu Ming's puppets. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. There was another person who was also extremely depressed. It was Feng Tai. These were his puppets and they were being used by Lu Ming against the enemy. Lu Ming's competition was unique and not intense at all. On the other hand, the other matches were very intense. The dazzling light on the fighting stage was an eye-opener for many people. Very quickly, the top 6 were also announced. Unsurprisingly, Yen Tongtong, Meng Jia, Hu Ming, Lu Ming, and 2 other prodigies made it into the top 6. Next, it was time for the top 3. After entering the top 3, the 4 of them, together with Ji Mai, would compete for the top 3, which was also the quota to enter the Heaven Observation Land. Many people were in high spirits because in this match, Lu Ming, Yen Tonghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming would have to fight at least 2 people. The 4 of them were all heaven's favorites who could control their mental energy fire. They had cultivated to the heart's limit realm and were obviously stronger than the others. Let's continue. The first match, Tianyun vs. Hu Ming. Meng Chong announced loudly. The crowd was shocked and then cheered loudly. Tianyun vs. H. Ming. This was interesting. This time, H. Ming was the biggest dark horse, but Tianyun could also be said to be a dark horse. This was because he had only displayed his powerful martial Dao before, and no one had expected his Dao of inscription to be this powerful. In the battle between 2 dark horses, who was stronger? Moreover, H. Ming was from the Talisman sect. He was not afraid of Lu Ming's array that could cut off other people's puppets. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 of them flew up to the fighting ring. Please, Sky Cloud Zongzi. H. Ming was very polite. He nodded slightly and greeted Lu Ming. He addressed Lu Ming as Zongzi. This was one of the few people in the Talisman sect who addressed Lu Ming this way. Please. Lu Ming nodded and cupped his fists. Ta! Ta! H. Ming was the first to move, and runes appeared on the ground. Instantly, a few formations glowed, and red flames condensed into swords that floated in front of H. Ming. At the same time, light shone in front of him, and a total of 15 inscription scrolls floated around him. The inscription scrolls were opened one by one. A few of the scrolls were for protection, forming a fire shield. Some of them formed a fire dragon. Buzz! Roar! The flaming sword and the flaming dragon attacked Lu Ming. What a powerful flame! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Be it the formations or runes inscribed by H. Ming, they were all flames. Moreover, the temperature of the flames was frighteningly high. Lu Ming felt that it was not inferior to the extreme purple heavenly fire cultivated by the Wang family. Moreover, although an inscriber did not understand the essence realm of heaven and earth, every inscription was in accordance with the great Tao of heaven and earth. They were obtained from nature, so the array that an inscriber inscribed was natural and carried the essence realm of heaven and earth. H. Ming had used a formation to inscribe it, and the flames it ignited were extremely terrifying. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped his feet and a blue array flashed on the ground. Entering the top 4. The array that Lu Ming inscribed was different from that of H. Ming. Most of the formations that Hu Mingming inscribed were crimson in color, while Lu Ming's was blue. A dragon's roar resounded as a blue flood dragon condensed from the blue formation. It pounced toward H. Ming's sword and the flame flood dragon, clashing with each other. For a time, the rumbling sounds continued, and the fighting ring was filled with a white mist. The array that Lu Ming inscribed was all about water. The attacks they launched were all related to water. Lu Ming stomped his feet and waved his fingers. On the fighting ring, formations emerged one after another. There were water swords, water spears, flood dragons, and tigers formed from water. They pounced at H. Ming. H. Ming was also continuously inscribing formations, and at the same time, he was using the talismans to launch powerful attacks. Of course, H. Mwenji only shot out blazing flames. It was a battle between water and fire. This Tianyun has learned a lot of things. The formation he inscribed earlier clearly doesn't have anything to do with water. There are other elements. That's right. This Tianyun is truly astonishing. He's an unparalleled prodigy, and not only is his martial Dao powerful, but his Dao of inscription is also astonishing. We've all underestimated him. That's right. With his talent, he's qualified to be a Zongzi candidate. Not bad. An inscriber was actually the same as a warrior. They also had a preference. The inscriptions and formations they mastered were also biased towards a certain type. For example, H. Might was more inclined to fire, so the formations he carved were all fire type. Some people were more inclined to water, ice, lightning, and so on. Furthermore, formations were like martial arts techniques. Many of them were privately passed down, and not everyone could cultivate them. They were like secret skills. The mental energy fire was like a warrior's true essence, while the formation was like a martial technique. Go! Lu Ming took out the puppets he had obtained from Feng Tai. With a wave of his hand, Tulavir puppets roared and charged at H. Ming. As he controlled the puppets, Lu Ming also inscribed the formation. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was controlling Tulavir puppets at the same time and could still inscribe formations continuously without slowing down. This was a little terrifying. How strong was Lu Ming's mental energy? H. Ming's eyes turned serious. With a wave of his hand, another stack of inscription scrolls appeared in front of him. His mental energy fire spread out and continuously activated the inscription scrolls. Attacks were launched at Lu Ming and the puppets. Moreover, H. Ming's inscription scrolls were all at level 6 and level 10, which were very powerful. Amazing, both of them are so amazing. Tianyun and H. Ming's strength is already on par with Yan Tonghua and Meng Jia. That's right. Any one of them has the strength to enter the top 3. Even many of the older generation nodded in shock. Below the stage, Jimai, Yan Tonghua, and Meng Jia all had a serious look in their eyes. If water doesn't work, then add ice. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He waved his fingers and an array appeared. The temperature dropped rapidly. Countless ice swords appeared and shot toward H. Ming. Lu Ming's hands moved faster and faster. More and more arrays appeared on the fighting ring and there were more and more attacks. The dense ice swords had already begun to suppress H. Ming's attacks. With the addition of the Tulavir puppets, H. Ming was already at a disadvantage. Fast, it's too fast. How can the speed of the Tianyun inscription formation be so terrifying? Far beyond H. Ming. Cultivation level, Tianyun's cultivation level is higher than H. Ming's. Tianyun has at least reached the middle stage of heart's limit. That's terrifying. He's only a rank 6 alchemist, but he's already in the middle stage of heart limit. That's amazing. Everyone was amazed. At this moment, the fighting ring was filled with white light and a cold air that seemed to be able to freeze the air. H. Ming had no power to fight back. I admit defeat. H. Ming suddenly shouted. Lu Ming's hands moved and he waved again. The array on the fighting ring disappeared. H. Ming gasped for breath, the mental energy flame between his brows throbbing as he felt waves of fatigue. He had exhausted his mental energy in the battle just now, and he could no longer continue fighting. On the other hand, Lu Ming was calm and composed. It was as if the huge battle just now did not consume much of his energy. Sky Cloud Zhongzi's strength and spirit are both impressive. H. Ming is impressed. H. Ming smiled and cupped his hands. You're also very strong. I won by luck. Lu Ming said with a smile. This battle, Tianyun wins. Next battle, Yan Tong vs Zhang Xian. Meng Chong announced. Everyone perked up and watched the next match. Yan Tong was a heaven's favorite from the puppet sect, and Zhang Xian was also a heaven's favorite from the puppet sect. Both of them were very strong, and the battle was very intense. In the fighting ring, a large group of puppets were fighting each other. However, in the end, Yan Tongtong's psyche was stronger, and his psyche fire was also stronger. He controlled more puppets and defeated Zhang Xian. Then, it was Meng Jia's turn. Meng Jia was also a chosen of the puppet sect, and had won by controlling the puppet army. Just like that, the top three were born. They were Lu Ming, Yan Tongtong, and Meng Jia. With Ji Mai, they were the strongest four. The four people sized each other up. They only needed to eliminate one more person and they would be able to obtain a spot on the observatory. The four of you will take turns to fight and be ranked according to your battle results. Meng Chong announced. Lu Ming nodded. Usually, the specific ranking would be arranged in this way. It was the fairest way. In this case, each person would have to fight 3 rounds, one against each of the other 3. The first battle, Tianyun vs Yan. Next, Ji Mai vs Meng Jia. Meng Chong announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere of the scene was completely ignited. The final showdown was finally about to begin. Lu Ming and Yan Huanhua went on stage at the same time and stood opposite each other. Who do you guys think will win if Tianyun and Yan become one? I'm guessing it's Tianyun. Tianyun has a formation that can suppress the puppets. At the same time, Tianyun is extremely powerful himself. The fact that he was able to defeat H. Ming is enough to explain everything. I think so too. Among the 4 of them, only Ji Mai can fight against Tianyun. Yan Tongtong and Meng Jia might be weaker than him. The people around them started to discuss. However, no one dared to underestimate Lu Ming anymore. Since the start of the competition, Lu Ming had already proven himself. Tianyun, while your formation is bizarre, it definitely has its limitations. It's impossible for you to simply sever the connection between my opponent and the puppet and take it for your own use. It won't be that easy for you to defeat me. Yan Tongtong said. His eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. Obviously, a genius like him would not admit defeat so easily. We'll know after the battle. Lu Ming chuckled. Alright, then let's fight. Yan Tongtong waved his hand, and 15 puppets appeared in front of him. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, and they were all at Class 10 Level 6. Yan Tong was able to control 15 Class 10 Level 6 puppets at the same time, which was terrifying. 15 6th level 10th grade puppets pounced on Lu Ming at the same time. The fighting ring rumbled and the momentum was shocking. Crushing spiritual power. There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. He looked at the 15 puppets with a calm expression. The puppet was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. Countless people were looking at Lu Ming on the fighting ring. They knew that Lu Ming was going to use that move again. Was that technique still effective against the assimilation of appearance? Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. Very soon, they would know. Just as the puppets were a few meters away from Lu Ming, he took a step forward and 15 formations appeared on the ground. With a flash of light, 15 figures that looked exactly like Lu Ming appeared. The moment they appeared, they pounced on the 15 puppets. Bang! Bang! As soon as a figure came into contact with a puppet, the figure would explode like a balloon and turn into wisps of inscriptions that spread over the puppet, forming a large array that entered the puppet. Come, I don't believe you can cut off my connection with the puppet. Yan Tongtong's eyes flickered, and the mental energy fire between his brows was dancing. In front of Lu Ming, the 15 puppets came to a halt at the same time. They were not moving at all, and their heads were emitting a dazzling light. Lu Ming was cutting off the connection between Yan Hua and the puppet. You want to cut off my mind fire? Impossible. Yan Tongtong roared and stopped all his movements. A blue spiritual fire flickered between his brows, turning into invisible spiritual threads that connected the 15 puppets. Between Lu Ming's eyebrows, there was a blue fire of blood essence that was jumping. He was using an array to cut off the connection between Yan Hua and the puppet. However, Yan Tong's psyche was much stronger than Feng Tai's, and his use of psyche fire had reached the heart's desire realm. His psyche was firm and unyielding, and it was more than 10 times harder to cut it off than Feng Tai. Lu Ming realized that he had encountered strong resistance. You can't stop me. Lu Ming muttered. The mental energy fire between his eyebrows burned even more vigorously, almost materializing. His mental energy surged into the puppet's head and acted on the formation. The puppet's head flickered with dazzling light. I won't lose. Yan Tongtong's eyes were firm as he tried his best to resist. In the end, he even roared, and spiritual rings appeared above his head. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue. There were 6 spiritual rings. The first 4 rings had 8 light spots on each of them. The green and blue spiritual rings behind them had 7 light spots each. This meant that Yan Tong had lit up 8 lamps in the first 4 levels, while level 5 and level 6 had lit up 7 lamps each. If Yan Tong could not light up the 8th lamp of spirit at level 6, then his next step would be to break through to level 7. The first 4 levels lit up 8 spirit lamps, while the 5th and 6th levels lit up 7. Such a result was already very impressive. The spirit ring appeared, causing Yan Tong's spirit energy to increase greatly. His spirit energy surged into the puppet like a tide. Roar! Roar! The 15 puppets roared and their bodies trembled slightly, as if they were about to be controlled by Yan Tong again. It seems like Tianyun's formation requires a powerful mental energy to cut off the connection between the puppet and the opponent. At this time, the others also saw the secret behind it. This is normal. Otherwise, if it can cut off the connection between others and the puppet at will and take the puppet for itself, then this kind of formation is too heaven-defying and unreasonable. Many people nodded. However, they were still staring at the fighting ring unblinkingly. They wanted to see if Lu Ming could successfully suppress Yan Tongtong. If he could not take Yan Tongtong's puppet, they would have to fight him head-on. It would be hard to say who would win. Yan Tonghua, you can't block it. The smile on Lu Ming's face grew wider. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be glowing with a blue light. Buzz! Suddenly, rings appeared above his head, spirit rings. Tianyun has released his spirit circle. Let's see how many spirit lamps he has lit up. Wait, fuck, my eyes are blurry, why do I see that the first 5 rings all have 10 spirit lamps? My eyes are also blurry. Damn, why are my eyes blurry? Why did I see him light 10 spirit lamps? Can you help me see how many he lit? The first 5 levels all had 10, and the 6th level had 5. What? Why did you see the same thing as me? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? I saw the same thing. Me too. The scene was in a mess. Almost no one could believe what they had just seen, subconsciously thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. However, when everyone gave the same answer, they were stunned. The entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes and mouths opened wider and wider. They couldn't help but feel like they were being sucked in by a gust of wind. For the first 5 levels to have 10 mind lamps lit up, that was too terrifying. He had achieved perfection in all of them. Was he still human? In the tens of thousands of years of talisman amulet sect history, the only person who could achieve such results was Emperor Liaozong. Now, there was one more. As for the 6th level, there were only 5 light spots. That was because Lu Ming had yet to reach the peak of this level. God, this was simply a monster. It was no wonder that the leaders of the 2 sects and the elders would let Lu Ming become a Zongzi candidate. With such talent, wasn't it normal for him to become a Zongzi candidate? In the crowd, Su Ri, Guan Rong, Feng Tai, and the others who had been beaten up by Lu Ming were all tongue-tied and stood there in a daze, completely speechless. It turned out that their enemy was such a monster. At this moment, they were secretly glad that they were still alive. They were on a completely different level from Lu Ming. Forget it, it's not wise to be enemies with such a monster. Sunrise shook his head and sighed. He had thought of taking revenge on Lu Ming in the future, but now, he had completely given up on that thought. Feng Tai, Guan Rong, and the other Heaven's favorites also shook their heads and sighed. They admitted that they were unlucky. Who asked them to be blind? Ji Mai, Meng Jia, and H Ming all widened their eyes in shock. It's not an injustice that I lost to him. H Ming laughed. On the other side, Bai Qishua's little mouth was wide open. This fellow has kept me in the dark for so long. Bai Qishua thought. Many of the talisman amulet sect's elders, who did not know about this beforehand, were also shocked to the extreme. They looked at Bai Shijin and the rest who were smiling in the sky. They finally understood that the elders had long known about Lu Ming's talent. On the fighting stage, Yan Tongtong was even more shocked and dumbfounded. Even his spiritual ring was shaking. Boom! Lu Ming's mental energy gushed out like a tsunami and surged into the puppets. Yan Tongtong was shocked. How could he resist it? Lu Ming cut off the connection between him and the puppets. The 15 puppets were completely under Lu Ming's control. Using one's body to inscribe the formation. Roar! Roar! The puppets' roar jolted everyone's spirits, and they recovered from their shock. Tianyun, I've lost. Yan Tong's shock turned into a deep sigh. At the scene, many people also sighed in their hearts. It was normal for Yan Tongtong to lose. It was not that Yan Tongtong was not strong, but Lu Ming was simply too monstrous. The array that he had mastered could even restrain him. After Yan Tonghua admitted defeat, he turned to leave. Wait a moment. Lu Ming shouted. Anything else? Yan Tongtong turned around. Your puppet. Lu Ming smiled and pointed at the 15 puppets. Yan Tongtong was stunned for a moment, then he cupped his fists and said, many thanks. With a wave of his hand, he kept the puppet and walked down the fighting ring. Not bad, not bad. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few elders nodded. He even returned the puppet to Yan Tonghua after he won. This proved that Lu Ming was not a person who would covet petty gains. He was upright and honest. Previously, he had defeated Feng Tai and subdued Feng Tai's puppet because Feng Tai had offended Lu Ming in the past and held a grudge against him. Since there was a grudge, of course he had to teach her a lesson. Tianyun wins this battle. Meng Chang's announcement won him a round of cheers. Tianyun, Tianyun, I love you. A loud cheer came from somewhere, and everyone looked over to see a group of young women. The girls' eyes lit up as they looked at the elegant Lu Ming on the fighting ring and shouted. Lu Ming had a delicate and pretty face to begin with. In addition to his dual cultivation in inscription and martial arts, he had a special temperament and a unique charm. To young women, he was very attractive. At this moment, Lu Ming had displayed his unparalleled talent. Naturally, he attracted the attention of a large number of young women. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He walked down the fighting ring, causing countless young men around him to cast envious, jealous, and hateful gazes at him. After Lu Ming came down, Jimai and Meng Jia stepped onto the fighting ring. The scene quieted down, and everyone's eyes returned to the fighting ring. Jimai's ranking on the list of top 1,000 talents was higher than Meng Jia's, but that was a few years ago. Now, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Countless people were curious, wondering if Meng Jia could fight Jimai. Without any unnecessary words, the two of them started fighting. Meng Jia was also a prodigy of the puppet sect. She summoned 15 puppets in one go, which were all at tier 10 of level 6, just like Yan Tongtong. However, Meng Jia's puppets were much smaller. They were puppets that looked like snow-white eagles. The snow-white condor was emitting a cold aura. Its wings were like ice blades, dancing in the air and vaguely forming an array. Then, it slashed at Jimai. Jimai's face was calm. He took a few steps and a formation appeared on the ground. A sharp golden sword light burst out from the formation and slashed at the snow-white eagles. And NBSP, at the same time, talismans appeared around him. As his mind power flowed, the talismans opened, and an endless golden light exploded. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out in the fighting ring. The snow-white condor puppet's wings were like blades as it continuously collided with the golden sword radiance, causing violent rumbles. Buzz! With a wave of Jimai's hand, a row of inscription scrolls flew out. After they were activated, the sky was filled with golden sword light. They descended from the sky and slashed down at Meng Jia. Meng Jia shouted and waved her hands. 3 puppets flew back and formed a formation, protecting her. Jimai couldn't rush in at all. For a moment, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. It seems like Jimai can't defeat Meng Jia. That's right, the two of them are evenly matched. Meng Jia's strength is definitely not weaker than Yan Tongtong's, but she can't be stronger either. Does that mean that Tianyun will be able to obtain first place this time? It's hard to say. Jimai is from Talisman Sect. Tianyun can't restrain him. It's hard to say if he hasn't fought him before. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the surroundings. Lu Ming was also looking at it seriously. He frowned slightly and his gaze fell on Jimai. He had a feeling that Jimai wasn't that simple. Jimai gave him a dangerous feeling. Jimai still had a killer move that he hadn't used. At this moment, Jimai waved his hand and all the scrolls that had not been activated were kept away. The others were stunned. Jimai kept the inscription scroll. Was he going to admit defeat? Or was he afraid that if he continued to fight, he would consume too many inscription scrolls and lose more than he gained? The puppets of the puppet sect could fight for a long time. The talisman sect used inscription scrolls. If they could not defeat their opponent in one fell swoop, they would suffer great losses. It was normal for Jimai to admit defeat after a long battle. Jimai, are you going to admit defeat? Meng Jia said. Fight. Jimai's answer was simple. Then I won't be polite. Meng Jia continued to control the puppet and pounced at Jimai. When Meng Jia's puppet got close to Jimai, Jimai's hand was like a sword. He slashed out and a dazzling sword light burst out, as if it could split the sky in half. Bang! The sword light accurately hit a large condor puppet. One of the puppet's wings was cut into 2, and it was sent flying far away. At the same time, Jimai's palm struck out and the sword light was sent out. Bang! Bang! Several eagle puppets were sent flying in succession, suffering serious injuries. What a terrifying power! A class 10 lever 6 puppet was extremely hard, but it was cut in half by the sword light. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Martial arts technique. No, it's a formation. I'm carving the formation with my body. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. His gaze fell on Jimai. At first, he thought it was a martial skill, but after a closer look, he knew it wasn't. At this moment, inscriptions appeared on Jimai's skin, forming a mysterious array. It gave off a terrifying aura that was beyond the level of the spirit sea. Using my body to inscribe the formation, I'm inscribing the formation with my body. Many people cried out in shock. It is indeed a formation carved with one's body. Ji-mai should be carving a level 7 killing formation, the Golden Light 10,000 killing formation. An elder spoke. He's actually using his body to inscribe a formation. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Using one's own body to inscribe a formation, as the name suggested, was to inscribe the formation into one's physical body and completely integrate it with one's physical body. This would make the physical body itself a killing formation. This was completely different from the quintessential essence explosion formation that Lu Ming had inscribed on his body in the past to conceal his aura. The arrays that Lu Ming inscribed were all auxiliary arrays. They were only temporarily left on the surface of the body. After a period of time, when the energy was exhausted, they would naturally disappear. However, carving a formation with one's body was different. It was to completely carve the formation into the depths of one's body and merge it with the body. The body was the formation, and the formation was the body. This was extremely terrifying. As long as his mental energy fire was strong, his physical body could unleash the power of the array at any time. The last battle. Take Ji-mai for example. He had inscribed a level 7 array formation, the Golden Light 10,000 killing array. This array formation was very powerful even among level 7 array formations and could kill spirit embryo realm experts. However, it was too difficult and extremely dangerous to inscribe a formation with one's body. How powerful was the killing formation? If one wasn't careful, they would be killed and their bodies would be reduced to ashes. No one expected Ji-mai to be able to inscribe a formation with his body. It should be an incomplete formation. It's not complete yet. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Some of the older generation saw through the situation. Many people nodded. That should be the case. If it was a complete formation, Meng Jia's puppet would probably be crushed to pieces with a single sword strike. It would definitely not just be severely injured. However, even if it was not the complete Golden Light 10,000 killing array, it was still extremely terrifying. Moreover, it was difficult for a rank 6 alchemist's spiritual power to unleash the full power of a rank 7 formation. If Ji-mai can complete the formation and inscribe the complete Golden Light 10,000 killing formation, his combat strength will be extremely shocking. He will be able to fight against the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. That's right. If I perfect the array and become a level 7 alchemist, it will be even more powerful. Many people were discussing. Meng Jia, do you still want to fight? Ji-mai's eyes were shining with a sharp light, as if there was a sword light flashing in his eyes. You actually completed carving the formation with your body. I'm impressed. I'm not your match. This battle is meaningless. I admit defeat. Meng Jia directly admitted defeat. Meng Jia admitted defeat and Meng Chong announced Ji-mai's victory. Next, Meng Chong announced the second round. Tianyun assimilated with Meng Jia, and Ji-mai assimilated with Yen. Meng Chong seemed to have intentionally left Ji-mai and Tianyun for the last. I admit defeat in this battle. In the fighting ring, Meng Jia faced Lu Ming and admitted defeat. Her mental energy was on par with Yen Tong's. If she fought with Lu Ming, he would definitely take the puppet away in the end. There was no point in fighting. Her final battle was to compete with Yen Tongtong for third place. As expected, Yen Tongtong and Meng Jia had the same thoughts and admitted defeat when they faced Ji-mai. He knew that he was no match for Ji-mai, so he might as well save his psyche and fight Meng Jia. At this point, Tianyun and Ji-mai had won both of their battles and had already locked in the top 3 spots, locking in the spot for the observatory. In the third round, Yen Tong will fight Meng Jia, and Tianyun will fight Ji-mai. Meng Chong announced. The atmosphere became even more heated. The competition had finally reached the final round. These two matches were able to arouse the curiosity in everyone's heart. Yen Tongtong and Meng Jia, the two paragons of the puppet sect, were only a few places apart on the list of top 1,000 talents. Who was stronger? Jimai and Tianyun were the most interesting. Jimai had actually mastered the extremely difficult and dangerous technique of carving formations with his body. His combat power was extremely strong. Tianyun, the dark horse, seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The moment he appeared, he was appointed as a Zongzi candidate by the two sect leaders and the elders. This shocked the entire Mount Liangyi. Earlier, he had displayed a terrifying martial arts combat strength. The talent and inscription that was revealed in the competition this time was also extremely shocking. Between Lu Ming and Jimai, who was stronger? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Under everyone's anticipation, the competition began. First, it was Yen Tongtong and Meng Jia who were fighting for third place. The two of them were both puppets. As soon as the battle began, it was incomparably intense. The collisions between the puppets were violent, direct, and brutal, causing thunderous rumbles to ring out continuously. Both of them had similar spiritual power and the same level of their spiritual fire. They were both in the early stage of heart limit. It could be said that they were evenly matched. The two of them fought for a full half an hour. In the end, Yen Tong, who was more tenacious, won by a slight advantage. In this way, Yen Tongtong finally secured the third place. Then, the last battle between Tian Yu and Jimai began. The two of them stepped onto the fighting ring and stood opposite each other. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring. Who do you guys think will win, Tianyun or Jimai? Now it seems like Jimai has a higher chance of winning. After all, he has cultivated the Golden Light 10,000 killing formation. It's so powerful that no one can resist it. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Tianyun's methods are varied and he's skilled in many formations. Furthermore, his psyche is extremely powerful. Who knows if he has other tricks up his sleeve? That's true. This match is going to be interesting. Gradually, the noise around them quieted down, and the crowd stared at the two people on the fighting ring. Tianyun, I will not hold back in this battle. Be careful. Jimai reminded. That's exactly what I want, you can just attack as much as you want. Lu Ming smiled and stared at Jimai. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Jimai's body. Dense runes appeared on his skin. Whoosh! Jimai waved his hand and a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand and 12 puppets appeared. They roared and rushed towards Jimai. Bang! A giant wolf puppet at class 9 level 6 was cut in half by the sword light, but the other puppets didn't stop and continued to attack. At the same time, Lu Ming stomped his feet and waved his hands, starting to inscribe an array on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jimai waved his hands and beams of sword light flashed. Lu Ming controlled the puppets to attack and block the sword light. Among the 12 puppets, 6 of them were at class 9 level 6, and they were quickly cut in half and turned into scrap metal. The other 6 were at class 10 level 6, and were severely injured. However, it managed to hold them off for a full 10 breaths, buying enough time for Lu Ming to inscribe the formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large formation appeared around Lu Ming. Sword chi whistled and thunder rumbled. The endless sword chi shot towards Jimai. It was a top-grade level 6 formation technique, the sword howling thunder formation. Many people were shocked. They did not expect Lu Ming to be able to inscribe a top-tier level 6 formation in just 10 breaths. Break! Jimai shouted and waved his hands. The inscriptions on his body glowed and a terrifying aura spread out. The sword radiance slashed violently, clashing with the sword howling thunder formation. At the same time, Lu Ming continued to inscribe the formation. Although the thunderous sword formation was strong, it was still unable to fight against Jimai. Soon, the formation was broken by Jimai. However, in the next moment, another formation of Lu Ming appeared. Countless vines, lush and green, wrapped around Ji Mai. It was another top-tier level 6 formation. Ji Mai's sword flashed and countless sword chi rumbled as he slashed at the vines. However, the vines were extremely tough and he couldn't cut them at all. By the time Ji Mai broke the formation, Lu Ming had already finished inscribing the other two top-notch level 6 formations and was waiting for him. Too fast, Tianyun's formation carving speed is too fast. That's right. His usage of mental energy fire is not as simple as the early stage of Heart's Will. It feels even more terrifying than the middle stage of Heart's Will. It can't be. Could it be that he has already reached the late stage of Heart Limit? That's a realm that only a 7th rank advanced alchemist can reach. Many people speculated that Lu Ming's mental energy fire was at a very high level and they were extremely shocked. Getting approval. Golden light 10,000 kill. Ji Mai shouted. The inscriptions on his body became even more dazzling. Even his eyes were emitting sword chi. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, his entire body seemed to have turned into a killing formation. Endless sword light burst out from his body. It was as if every inch of his skin could burst out sword light. It was like a moving level 7 array that was charging toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion was heard. The two top-notch level 6 formations that Lu Ming had set up were destroyed by Ji Mai in an instant. Lu Ming retreated quickly. His feet and hands did not stop at all, and runes continued to fill the air. Buzz! Another top-notch grade level 6 formation appeared, but Ji Mai strode forward. Wherever he passed by, he destroyed everything. Sword chi was everywhere and it was extremely powerful. At this moment, Ji Mai's combat strength was no weaker than an ordinary first-level spirit embryo realm martial artist. A peak grade level 6 formation was destroyed in just a few breaths. Tianyun is going to be defeated. A peak grade 6 formation is simply unable to stop him. That's right. The time he took to inscribe the formation is not as long as the time Ji Mai took to destroy it. He is already at a disadvantage and can't hold on for much longer. It's a pity that Tianyun didn't seem to have made sufficient preparations before taking part in the competition. Didn't you all notice? He didn't prepare any puppets, nor did he prepare any inscription scrolls. Indeed. If we're well prepared, we might be able to fight. Other people, such as the puppet sect, would prepare many puppets before participating in the competition. The talisman sect would also inscribe many inscription talismans. However, Lu Ming did not seem to have any. Lu Ming was indeed not prepared. He did have some inscription scrolls, but the highest was only at stage 6 and stage 9, which was not very useful. Bang! Another top-tier level 6 formation was destroyed by Ji Mai. Tianyun, just admit defeat. You're not my match. Ji Mai's voice came. Oh, really? This is exactly what I wanted to say. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled and suddenly stopped inscribing inscriptions. Around them, many people were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly stopped. From what he said, it seemed that he wanted to ask Ji Mai to admit defeat. What was going on? This guy. Some of the spiritual god realm elders' eyes flickered as if they had seen through something. They were extremely surprised. Then let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Ji Mai strode forward and charged towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming took a light step forward. Buzz! On the fighting ring, a huge array appeared. In the midst of the dazzling light, countless pillars of fire shot out. The pillars of fire crisscrossed and formed a huge cage, trapping Ji Mai within. Sword radiance burst out from Ji Mai's body and slashed at the fire pillars. There was a loud bang, but the fire pillars did not move at all. He couldn't cut it. A level 7 formation. Ji Mai's expression changed. A level 7 formation array, it's a level 7 formation array heavenly fire prison. Someone shouted, recognizing this formation. Heavens! When did Tianyun inscribe a grade 7 formation? He must have inscribed it when he was inscribing the level 6 formation. Amazing, he inscribed the level 7 formation while inscribing the level 6 formation. He used those level 6 formations to stop Ji-mai and perfected the level 7 formation. This is too terrifying. And NBSP, many people in the surroundings began to roar in shock. It was already an impressive feat for a level 6 alchemist to inscribe a level 7 array. However, Lu Ming had completed it in a great battle. He had completed it step by step in a great battle with a powerful opponent like Ji-mai. The short time he took was shocking. This was a complete level 7 formation Heavenly Fire Prison. The formation that Ji-mai carved with his body was incomplete and could not unleash its full power. It could not break Lu Ming's formation at all. Ji-mai, how is it? Lu Ming stood outside the array and his voice was heard. The light on Ji-mai's body dimmed and he sighed, I admit defeat. He knew that Lu Ming had gone easy on him. If Lu Ming had inscribed a level 7 killing array, he would have been defeated and killed. The Heavenly Fire Prison was only a trap formation to trap him. Thanks for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, with a wave of his hand, the inscriptions were hidden, and the fire pillar disappeared. Tianyun wins this battle. Meng Chong announced. With Meng Chong's announcement, the square was in an uproar. Clearly, this result was completely out of everyone's expectations. Before the competition began, no one had expected such a result. In the sky, Bai Shijin stood up from his seat and pressed his hands in the air. All the voices in the hall quieted down. I hereby announce that the champion of this competition is Tianyun. Bai Shijin's voice was like a hurricane, spreading throughout the entire area. Tianyun, Tianyun. In a certain area, a group of beautiful women were screaming loudly, their faces red with excitement. Also, Tianyun is the Zongzi candidate. Do you have any objections? Bai Shijin's voice was heard again. The entire place suddenly fell silent. All eyes were focused on Lu Ming again. Their gazes were a little complicated. Tianyun was such a genius, what else could they say? This time, he had already proven himself with his own strength. Not only was he a monster in martial arts, but even his Tao of inscription was so terrifying. How many people could there be in the world? Sky Cloud Zongzi. Suddenly, a loud shout reverberated through the entire area. It was by Qixue. She raised her hand and shouted. Sky Cloud Zongzi. Sky Cloud Zongzi. In a certain area, a group of women screamed loudly. This time, the shouts grew louder and louder, gradually drawing the attention of the others. Be it a few young male disciples, female disciples, or even some of the older generation, everyone was shouting the words, Sky Cloud Zongzi. In the crowd, Sunrise, Feng Tai, and the others had extremely complicated expressions. Before the competition, they were prepared to humiliate Lu Ming in the competition to avenge their defeat. But what happened in the end? In the 3 rounds of the competition, not only did they fail to humiliate Lu Ming, but they were also humiliated by him. In the end, the halo around Lu Ming became even more dazzling and dazzling. In comparison, they were like fireflies. There was no way to compare. Sky Cloud Zongzi. They laughed bitterly, and finally, they joined the crowd in shouting. Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, his gaze was very calm and his heart was calm. He was very clear about his goal. Right now, he could only be considered to have obtained the preliminary approval of the Talisman Amulet sect. However, this was only the beginning. He was still far from being able to truly gain the support of these people. This was especially true for the elders in the sky. His goal was the battle of karmic luck. His true goal was to be the champion of the battle of providence. Only by doing so could he gain a firm foothold on Mount Liangyi and the Talisman Amulet sect. Only then could he truly obtain the support of this force. Chapter 891 Entering the Heaven Observation Ground. In the sky, Bai Shijin's lips curled into a smile. This guy seems to be very optimistic about Lu Ming. At the side, Du Songjue's eyes flickered. He knew that Bai Shijin was trying to build up momentum for Lu Ming, but he did not refute or stop him. Alright, I'm done. At this moment, Bai Shijin's voice was heard again, and the scene became quiet. I hereby announce the results of this competition. First place, Tianyun. Second place, Ji Mai. Third place, Yen Tong Tong. Bai Shijin announced. Then, he changed his tone and said, originally, the plan to enter the observatory this time was to have 3 spots. However, because many geniuses have emerged this time and the quality is very high, and the battle of providence is approaching, the elders and I have decided to increase the number of spots to 5. Other than Tianyun, Ji Mai, and Yen Tonghua, Meng Jia and Hu Ming can also enter the observatory. Alright, the competition is over. You guys can rest for a while and enter the observatory tomorrow. Bai Shijin's voice fell, and the competition ended. As for Meng Jia and H Ming, they were naturally overjoyed. The other people at the scene also cast envious looks at them. Tianyun, so you're actually this powerful? Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming curiously. Let's go. Lu Ming held Bai Qixue's hand and flew towards the direction of the Cloud Peak house. There was a group of young women swarming towards Lu Ming from one direction. Lu Ming ran away immediately. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the two finally slowed down. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that he was holding a small, cold hand. He turned around and saw Bai Qixue looking at him with her big eyes, blushing. Lu Ming hurriedly let go and said, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry just now. In a moment of urgency, or taking the opportunity to take advantage of me? Bai Qixue smiled. Lu Ming coughed a few times in embarrassment. Why are you running so fast? Don't you feel good with so many beautiful women chasing after you? You must be secretly proud of yourself, right? Bai Qixue joked. I'm not, I already have someone I like. Lu Ming smiled. Xian Yanqing's figure flashed across his mind. He wondered how she was doing. She should have returned to the ancient sage dynasty in the central continent. Oh. Is that so? Bai Qixue's face stiffened when she heard that Lu Ming already had someone in his heart. A trace of disappointment and sadness flashed in her eyes, but it was only for a moment. Then, she smiled again and said, she must be very beautiful to be valued by you, right? Yeah, it's very beautiful. Lu Ming smiled and then looked at Bai Qixue with a smile. What's wrong? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me. Go, don't be so smug. Bai Qixue's face turned red in an instant. Then, she glared at Lu Ming and said, you're still far from being able to make me like you. If it's a prodigy like Lu Ming, that's more like it. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ming could not stop coughing. What's wrong with you? Bai Qixue asked. My throat is uncomfortable, but I'm fine. Lu Ming was spouting nonsense. No way. You're so strong in martial arts. Why would your throat feel uncomfortable? Bai Qixue was surprised. I'm fine. Let's go back to Cloud Peak House first. Lu Ming changed the topic and walked towards Yunfeng House. The next day, Lu Ming arrived at the peak of a mountain. There was a huge altar on the peak. Ji Mai, Yen Tong Tong, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming were also with them. In addition, there were also Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few other elders. Now, we'll open the passage to the observatory. You can go and cultivate. However, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, you will be transported back. So, in this 1 month, you must make the best use of your time to cultivate. Bai Shijin warned. Yes. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. They knew very well that in order to open the path to the observatory and maintain it for a month, they would need to consume a terrifying amount of raw stones. Furthermore, the more people who entered, the more resources they would need to consume. Therefore, the quota to enter the observatory was extremely precious. Before this, only the 13 Zongzis had entered. In the past, only 3 people from each generation could enter, because the consumption was too great. Now that the battle of karmic luck had arrived, and this generation was the golden age, more people would be allowed to enter. After which, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the 3 elders, a total of 5 people, surrounded the huge altar and began to inscribe inscriptions. Countless raw gemstones flew out of their hands and were swallowed by the altar. Buzz! A moment later, the altar glowed brightly and countless inscriptions interweaved. A huge vortex suddenly appeared on it. The passage is open. Hurry up and enter. Bai Shijin shouted. Lu Ming's group of 5 did not dare to delay. They stepped onto the altar and rushed into the vortex. Of course, Dandan did not follow them. She was thrown to Yunpeak House by Lu Ming. He felt dizzy. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing on a platform. The platform was suspended in the air, about 2 meters wide. Lu Ming looked around and realized that he seemed to be in the starry sky of the universe. There was an endless starry sky in all directions and a vast starry sky below him. There was only a platform floating in the sky. On his left and right, Lu Ming saw 2 platforms. Jimai, Meng Jia, and the other 2 were on one platform each. They were looking around in surprise. In front of him was a vast river. It was extremely majestic and seemed to cross the entire starry sky, extending from one end of the universe to the other. This is the inscription law. Lu Ming was shocked. This was not the first time he had seen the inscription law. In the past, he had seen it through mental cultivation methods and in a meditative state, but now, he seemed to be really close to the inscription laws. With a single thought, he could feel the vast power of inscription in front of him. Lu Ming's mental energy fire was throbbing violently. The observatory, it was indeed the observatory. To actually be able to observe the inscription laws at such a close distance, it was truly inconceivable. At such a close distance, how fast would he be able to absorb the power of inscription? At this moment, Jimai and the other 3 were already sitting cross-legged, circulating their mental energy fire cultivation method and starting to absorb the power of inscription. The rich power of inscription kept pouring into Jimai and the other 3, as if it had turned into 4 light pillars, enveloping the 4. What a dense power of inscription! Lu Ming sighed. Then, without further ado, he sat down cross-legged and activated the meditation. Buzz! In an instant, he felt that he had connected with the inscription law. A bright beam of light descended from the inscription law and enveloped Lu Ming. Jimai, Meng Jia, and the other 2 opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming in shock. They realized that the light pillar on Lu Ming's body, which was condensed by the power of inscription, was more than 10 times stronger than theirs. What kind of cultivation technique is he practicing? It's so terrifying. The 4 of them were shocked. The mental visualization that they cultivated was already the best in the talisman amulet sect. However, Lu Ming's seemed to be even more amazing than theirs. After a while, they collected their thoughts and continued to cultivate. Chapter 892 Rapid Improvement. Lu Ming had no other thoughts in his mind. He was fully focused on the meditation of the underworld. He could feel that there was a continuous influx of rich power of inscription from the top of his head, which was transformed into mental fire. The mental fire in his sea of consciousness was constantly strengthened. Lu Ming had already lit up 5 blue spirit lamps. The 5th one had already reached its peak and the flames were intense. Now, not long after, Lu Ming's mental energy fire became more and more exuberant. Then, the 6th mental energy lamp emitted a small blue flame. The 6th blue lamp of spirit was lit. It was too fast to cultivate on the observatory. It only took a few hours, which was comparable to Lu Ming's half a month of hard work. The training continued. Lu Ming could feel that his mental energy fire was growing stronger. Time passed day by day, and the 5 of them were all immersed in cultivation. They were not the only ones. In the entire Eastern Barren Territory, or even the entire Divine Wilderness continent, all the young geniuses and elites were immersed in their cultivation. The battle of Providence was getting closer and closer, and everyone was doing their best to improve their strength. All the major forces had also opened up their resources, and everyone was improving rapidly. Especially those heaven's favorites at the top, their improvement is even more shocking. The strong would become stronger. In the blink of an eye, a month's time had passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. The other four also stopped their cultivation and opened their eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and satisfaction. It was obvious that they had all made great progress in the past month. Lu Ming's mind flickered and he realized that 9 blue spirit lamps were burning in his sea of consciousness. His mental energy was surging and exuberant. In a month's time, he had lit up 4 spirit lamps. It was truly shocking. After all, it was extremely difficult to light up 6 lamps at each level. He didn't know what kind of results Ji Mai and the others had obtained, they must have gained a lot. At this moment, a strong tearing force pulled the 5 of them. In an instant, their bodies disappeared, and the platform they were sitting on disappeared without a trace. Buzz! With a flash of light, he found himself back on the altar. Bai Shijin and the others stood around him. All right, a month has passed. I'm sure you've all gained a lot. Go back and digest it. Bai Shijin laughed. Immediately, Lu Ming and the rest bade farewell to Bai Shijin and the rest and returned to their respective places. Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak house and found Bai Qixue inscribing inscription scrolls in the yard. After a while, Bai Qixue was done and found Lu Ming. How is it? The trip to the observatory must have been a great harvest. Bai Qixue showed a bit of envy. Which talisman sect disciple wouldn't be envious of entering the observatory? It's all right. Do you have any questions about your cultivation during this period of time? Lu Ming said. Yes, Master has been very busy recently and has no time to guide me. I can only rely on you. Bai Qixue chuckled and told him all her doubts. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and shared his understanding. The two of them started to discuss. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to his room and started to think about the direction of his cultivation. There were only 3 months left until the Battle of Karmic Luck. Now, his Tao of Inscription had reached a sufficiently high level. It would be difficult to make a big improvement in a short period of time. Lu Ming had to spend all his time and effort on martial arts. I need to find a place with many demonic beasts. I can hunt demonic beasts and devour their blood essence to improve my bloodline. I can also borrow the strength of the demonic beasts to temper my intent and comprehend my martial arts. Lu Ming was deep in thought. After that, he took out a portion of demonic beast blood essence and began to devour and refine it. He hadn't even refined the blood essence he had bought last time. This time, he used all of it to improve his 9 dragon bloodline. After awakening the 9 dragon claws, the amount of blood essence required was shockingly high. After refining 50 sets of 7th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence and 50 sets of 8th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence, the 9 dragon bloodline had only advanced by 1 level, reaching tier 2 of the divine level. As his 9 dragon bloodline advanced, another dragon power was born in his bloodline. There were 2 dragon powers in total. 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming walked out of his room and asked Bai Qixue if there was a suitable place to cultivate. Bai Qixue thought for a while and found a suitable place. The Pharaoh's Secret Realm. This was a secret realm controlled by the Talisman sect. It could be considered a medium-sized dimension. There were primitive forests everywhere, and countless demonic beasts were nurtured. These demonic beasts were very primitive. They might have never come into contact with humans, so they could not speak human language or take human form. They maintained their most primitive beast form. This was undoubtedly very suitable for Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming bade farewell to Bai Qixue and headed to the entrance of the secret realm of beasts. There were many people at the entrance. Many talisman sect disciples and even the older generation entered to hunt demonic beasts. After all, an inscriber needed all kinds of materials. In the ferocious beast's secret realm, killing demonic beasts not only gave them materials, but also blood essence, which was wealth. Sky Cloud. It's Sky Cloud Zongzi. Sky Cloud Zongzi. Many people hurriedly greeted Lu Ming when he arrived. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. With Lu Ming's status, it was naturally easy for him to enter the ferocious beast's secret realm. Endless mountains and forests came into view. The roars of demonic beasts came from the distance. It was a scene of wilderness. Ha, this is a good place. It's very primitive and should be a mystic realm that has just been developed. I can smell the fragrance of countless spiritual herbs. Dandin stood on Lu Ming's shoulder, her head constricting and her small eyes glowing. In all directions, people continued to fly forward and enter the wild mountains. Let's go. Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew towards the savage mountain. Lu Ming did not stop. He flew deeper and deeper. According to Bai Qixue, the ferocious beast's secret realm was indeed a secret realm that the talisman sect had discovered not long ago. It had not been 10 years and its development was limited. The deeper one went, the stronger the demonic beasts would be. There were even quite a few existences at the spirit embryo realm and above in the depths. Before long, Lu Ming was 1,000,000 miles deep. He could already see other people's figures. Roar! A 7 to 8 meter tall, 30-meter long giant lizard rushed out of the forest and pounced at Lu Ming. The air was filled with ferocity, exuding a powerful aura. The peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming smiled and a long spear formed in his palm. With a swing, the long spear shot out like lightning. Four concepts of heaven and earth swirled around it. Puchi. The long spear pierced through the giant lizard's head, leaving a bowl-sized bloody hole. The giant lizard roared and its huge body smashed into the forest, crushing a large area of ancient trees. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. It opened its mouth and aimed at the giant lizard. A terrifying devouring power erupted. The next moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Heaven-defying devouring power. Under the devouring of the 9 dragon bloodline, the giant lizard's corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, the giant lizard turned into a dry skeleton. All of its blood essence, blood, demonic power, and life essence were devoured and deprived by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming could feel the surging energy in the 9 dragons' bloodline, all kinds of energy. How could this be? It actually devoured all the energy of a giant lizard. This is too overbearing. Could it be because he has awakened the complete bloodline of the 9 dragons? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had devoured a demonic beast's corpse ever since his 9-dragon bloodline had advanced to the divine level and transformed into the 9-clawed form. Before this, he had only bought the blood essence to devour and had not tried it yet. Previously, he had only felt that the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline had been greatly enhanced, but he had not expected it to be so overbearing. Lu Ming, it seems like you've brought out the full potential of that kid, Jiulong. Dandin said. The talent of the 9 dragons? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, the most powerful talent of the 9 dragons is to devour everything. All energy will be devoured and turned into their own use. It's extremely terrifying. Dandin explained. Devour everything and turn it into your own. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Immediately, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine. Lu Ming began to refine the various energies within the 9 dragon bloodlines. The blood essence was still converted into the power of the bloodline and absorbed by the 9 dragon bloodlines. Other energies such as blood, life essence, demonic energy, and so on were all refined into essential core and surged into Lu Ming's spirit ocean. Instantly, Lu Ming's essential core was enhanced. After a long while, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with surprise. And NBSP, it was really too overbearing. All the other energy had been turned into true yuan and blood essence to increase his bloodline power. Not a single bit was wasted. In that case, he would not even need to use raw gemstones for his cultivation in the future. I didn't expect that the bloodline of the 9 dragons would have such a heaven-defying ability after being fully awakened. I'll try hunting demonic beasts again. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His figure flashed as he began to search for demonic beasts to kill. He killed several demonic beasts in a row, but it was all the same. Whether it was the blood essence, demonic power, life essence, etc., they were all devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons and turned into his own energy. It was extremely domineering. Amazing. If I wasn't trapped by the essence realm of heaven and earth, my cultivation would have improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming pondered and continued to move forward, looking for powerful demonic beasts to kill. Not long after, they had gone another few 100,000 li. Ow! With a loud roar, the space trembled and a huge staff whipped toward Lu Ming. No, it was not a giant stick, but the trunk of a giant elephant. The elephant was as large as a mountain and covered in fur. With a flick of its nose, the space trembled, causing Lu Ming to feel immense pressure. A level 7 demonic beast. This was a level 7 demonic beast that was equivalent to the spirit embryo realm. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard and Lu Ming instantly burst out with dragon energy. Densely packed scales appeared on Lu Ming's skin. Boom! He punched out and activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The fist and the nose of the colossus collided, resulting in an earth-shattering boom. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging towards him, and his body was sent flying backward uncontrollably. However, the elephant's trunk was also sent flying by him. The elephant roared, shaking the sky. The first tier of the 7th level is equivalent to the first tier of the spirit embryo realm. I can put up a fight. Lu Ming stopped in the air, his eyes glistening. This giant elephant had immense strength, but it was not ridiculously strong. Lu Ming could fight it. Buzz! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, his figure like a stream of light, and rushed toward the giant elephant. The elephant howled and swung its trunk at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming's body shifted, changing his position in the air and successfully avoiding the elephant's attack. He appeared above the elephant's head and stomped on its head. Bang! Lu Ming used all his strength in this kick. The prison-suppressing heavenly art was activated to its maximum power, which was equivalent to a high-grade demigod martial technique. With this kick, it landed on the head of the giant elephant. Boom! With a violent boom, the elephant's head caved in, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Ow! The giant elephant wailed and whipped its trunk at Lu Ming frantically. Lu Ming's figure moved and he flew into the sky. What a strong defense! Lu Ming took a deep breath, his eyes were solemn. The defense of this giant elephant was terrifyingly strong. Under his full-force attack, even a 10,000-meter-tall mountain would be instantly shattered. It could sink the earth within 100 miles. However, when it hit the giant elephant's head, it didn't kill it instantly. The elephant roared, its eyes filled with madness and bloodlust as it charged at Lu Ming. As his feet stepped on the ground cracked and countless ancient trees were destroyed. It was a scene of doomsday. Who? With a swing of its trunk, a gale swept out, and a huge ravine appeared on the ground. It was as if a valley had appeared out of thin air. Lu Ming took a step forward and dodged the elephant's trunk. He then rushed toward the elephant's head. This giant elephant was extremely strong and had amazing defensive power, but its weakness was that it was relatively slow. However, the speed was only slow compared to Lu Ming. If it were other people in the spiritual ocean tier, they would have been crushed to pieces by the giant elephant's trunk. Lu Ming appeared on the elephant's head and took another step. The moment he took a step forward, a dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming once again burst out with dragon energy. The 2 dragon energies in his body exploded at the same time. Lu Ming's attack power had reached a shocking level. Bang! This time, the elephant's head exploded, leaving a huge hole. The elephant wailed and fell to the ground. Soon, it stopped breathing. The giant elephant that was equivalent to the first level of the spirit embryo realm was killed by Lu Ming. Who? Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He could feel that he only had half of his essential core left in his body. He smiled bitterly. The true essence consumption of the prison-suppressing heavenly art was truly terrifying. In just 2 strikes, half of his true essence had been used up. My current pure martial arts combat power is no weaker than a first-level spirit embryo realm martial artist. Of course, that's only in comparison to ordinary martial artists. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The reason why he could kill the elephant in 2 moves was mainly because the speed of the elephant was relatively slow, which was why he could hit its vital point 2 times in a row. If it were any other fast elephant, it would not have been so easy to kill it. Lu Ming was very clear about this. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. The devouring power burst out and enveloped the giant elephant. The mountain-like body of the giant elephant rapidly shriveled. What shocking energy! Let's find a place to refine it. After devouring the energy of the giant elephant, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he found a cave. He set up an array and began to refine it. And NBSP, hoo. Waves of energy gushed into Lu Ming's body continuously. The essential core that he had expended was quickly restored, but the energy continued to flow into his body. It's too robust. I'm stuck in the intent realm and can't break through. What should I do? Lu Ming could feel the spirit sea howling. The majestic energy surged in and the spirit sea was about to overflow. Meeting Fatty again. Physical body, yes, let's try my physical body. Suddenly, Lu Ming had an idea. His physical body had been stuck at peak rank 7 for a long time. He usually neglected his cultivation. Now was a good time to try and see if this energy could improve his physical body. And NBSP, hoo. Lu Ming activated the 10,000 spirit combat body. Suddenly, the energy seemed to have found a vent and seeped into his body. Lu Ming's body began to wriggle and expand. His bones made cracking sounds. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was rapidly becoming stronger and was starting to improve. Half an hour later, the energy of the giant elephant was finally completely refined. 8th grade body. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Indeed, the devoured energy could also cultivate the physical body. How much more resources would he have to save in the future? In the future, the resources could be used to buy other things, such as buying spiritual liquid and cultivating the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming simply wanted to laugh out loud. Legend has it that in order to break through to the martial royal realm, one's physical body must reach the peak of the 9th grade. This is one of the basic conditions. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Many spiritual God realm masters would put in great effort to cultivate their physical body, because it was impossible to enter the martial royal realm without reaching the peak of the 9th grade. Of course, Lu Ming was still very far away from this. It was not the time to think about this. It was enough as long as he could improve. The bloodline of the 9 dragons didn't advance. After refining the essence blood of the elephant, his 9 dragon bloodline didn't level up. This was the essence blood of a level 7 demonic beast. Now, Lu Ming's blood meridian needed a huge amount of blood essence to level up. He could not afford to buy blood essence. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and the path understanding ancient tree appeared. He sat in front of the tree and began to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. Just like that, Lu Ming began his days of arduous cultivation in the vicious beasts forest. Once he had an inspiration, he would stop cultivating. After cultivating for a few days, he would go hunting demonic beasts to hone his martial arts. Meanwhile, Dandan was scurrying around in the mountains, looking for spirit herbs. Cultivation knew no time, and time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had been 2 months and 20 days since Lu Ming entered the ferocious beast's secret realm. There were only 10 days left until the battle of karmic luck. Walala! A figure flew out from a clear lake and stood on the shore. With a shake of his true essence, not a single drop of water was left on his body. Then, he changed into a blue robe, and a graceful young master suddenly appeared on the shore. This person was, of course, Lu Ming, who had been cultivating in the ferocious beast's secret realm for nearly 3 months. Now, Lu Ming was already 22 years old. His face was sharp and angular. He was much more mature than before and looked more determined. It's time to go out. The battle of karmic luck is finally coming. Lu Ming clenched his fists and felt the surging power in his body. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Dandan landed on Lu Ming's shoulder, her mouth filled with the fragrance of medicine. Ha, I've recovered a little more. When I've recovered more, watch how I'll torture those so-called geniuses. I'll also blow that martial Emperor De to death. As he spoke, he even burped. During this period of time, he had really found quite a number of high-grade spirit herbs. He had been eating spirit herbs every day and was living a very comfortable life. Buzz! Following that, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and headed towards the exit of the fierce beast's forest. The moment Lu Ming left the ferocious beast's forest, his expression changed and he took out a jade voice transmission talisman. Fatty is here, I almost forgot. Lu Ming smiled. The moment he came out, he received a message from Fatty. It seemed like he had been cut off in the mystic realm. Lu Ming immediately flew out of the Yin and Yang mountain. At the edge of the mountain, there was a huge formation platform, which was guarded by strong cultivators of the mountain. They kept the formation running smoothly. Several seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists. So it's Sky Cloud Zongzi. Are you going out? An old man opened his eyes and said. I have a few friends who are here to participate in the Battle of Providence. I want to bring them in. Lu Ming said. Alright, take this token and you can freely enter and exit the Great Formation of Mount Liang-yi. However, this token has a restriction. At most, you can only bring in Spirit Embryo Realm experts. Those stronger than you will be blocked. A token flew out of the elder's hand and Lu Ming caught it. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude and stepped out. When he walked out of the Mount Liangyi, a ripple suddenly appeared in the originally peaceful space. Lu Ming took a step and stepped out. He flew forward and came to a small city 10,000 miles away. He saw Fatty, and of course, Wan Tingting. Lu Ming, we finally get to see you. We've been here since 5 days ago. We've been sending you voice transmissions but there's been no news. The moment the fatty saw Lu Ming, he burst into laughter. He wanted to give Lu Ming a bear hug but was almost sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming. Wan Tingting walked over and greeted him with a smile. Tingting. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. He realized that both Fatty and Wan Tingting's auras were much more powerful than they were half a year ago. This was especially so for the fatty. Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura from him. This aura was hidden deep within the fatty's body. Lu Ming could sense a trace of it with his sensitive spiritual mind. This aura seemed to be able to destroy everything and was extremely sharp. It seemed that both Fatty and Wan Tingting had made great progress under the guidance of the Devil Sky Emperor. After all, this was the Emperor's personal teaching. How many people in the world could do that? Fatty, you've awakened your third bloodline? Lu Ming asked. I've awakened. Hee, Lu Ming, I'm not afraid of you now. The fatty grinned. Oh. What level is it? Lu Ming asked. It's a secret for now. I'm sure you'll be surprised in the Battle of Providence. The fatty chuckled, his face mysterious. Go. On the side, Wan Tingting looked at him in disdain. Lu Ming also gave the fatty the middle finger. Tingting, you've also awakened a divine bloodline, right? Lu Ming looked at Wan Tingting. He could also sense a powerful aura from Wan Tingting. I only managed to luckily awaken it with the help of Senior Mo Tian. It's a third-level divine level, Wan Tingting said. Immediately after, a trace of qi appeared on her body and disappeared in a flash. 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Wan Tingting's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The demonic sky sovereign's methods were indeed unpredictable. In just half a year, not only did he allow Wan Tingting to successfully awaken a 3rd-level divine rank bloodline, but he also allowed her cultivation to break through to the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Half a year ago, Wan Tingting's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. The speed of his progress was extremely shocking. This was the means of an emperor, difficult to fathom. From the looks of it, Fatty's gains were probably even greater. After all, Fatty's talent was higher than Wan Tingting's. No wonder this guy was deliberately mystifying things. His gains were most likely astonishing. The other 13 Zongzi candidates. Lu Ming was happy for them. After all, they were friends. Let's go to Mount Liangyi, Lu Ming said. Then, the 3 of them headed to the Yin and Yang mountain. After a while, they arrived at the mountain. With Lu Ming's token, the 3 of them entered the mountain easily. Lu Ming first returned to the platform and returned the token to the elder. Then, he brought the fatty and Wan Tingting with him and flew towards Cloud Peak House. Nest, you're hiding a mistress in your golden house. The moment he arrived at the Cloud Peak House and saw Bai Qixue, the fatty shouted. He did not call Lu Ming by his real name. He knew that Lu Ming was using a fake name. Get lost. Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked. Bai Qixue's face turned red. Seeing Bai Qixue's embarrassed look, the fatty's eyes were wide open. He then looked at Lu Ming with admiration and said, "Brother, I'm impressed. I really admire you. Wherever you go, you have beautiful women accompanying you. You even live together. But aren't you too fickle? How can I let Miss Xie down? Look at me, I only have Tingting in my heart." After she finished speaking, she even blinked her small eyes and looked at Wan Tingting ingratiatingly. Get lost, Wan Tingting said in disdain. Lu Ming kicked the fatty's body and the fatty's fat body flew out. Qi Shui, these 2 are my friends, Fatty Kong Jin and Wan Ting Ting. Lu Ming started to introduce them to Bai Qixue. Since they were all young people, they got to know each other after fooling around for a while. Lu Ming had arranged a courtyard for Fatty and Wan Tingting on a mountain near Yun Peak House. In the following days, Mount Liangyi became lively. As the Battle of Providence neared, almost all the paragons came out of seclusion and adjusted their mentality to prepare for the Battle of Providence. Even the other 13 Zongzis had appeared and ended their seclusion. Time passed day by day. 2 days before the Battle of Providence began, Bai Shijin sent someone to invite Lu Ming to meet him. Lu Ming arrived at the Talisman Amulet Sect's meeting hall and saw Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the other elders of the Talisman Amulet Sect. In the middle of the hall, there were 13 young men. There were men and women among the 13 young men, and all of them had extraordinary bearings. One look and one could tell that they were dragons and phoenixes among men. The moment Lu Ming entered, the 13 young men and women looked at him in unison. Some were curious, some were peaceful, some were friendly, but there were also some who were not friendly. These should be the other 13 Zongzi candidates. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he sized up the other party curiously. These 13 people were the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Each and every one of them was extraordinary and stood at the peak of the Eastern Barren Territory. Tianyun, you've come. Bai Shijin laughed. Tianyun pays his respects to the seniors. Lu Ming saluted in front of the mountain. You guys should get to know each other. He's Tianyun. Bai Shijin nodded. Junior brother Tianyun, I've long heard of your name. A young man stepped forward with a gentle smile on his face. This young man had a head of Asilavira hair that was casually let down and reached his waist. He was very handsome and always had a gentle smile on his face, which easily gave people a good impression of him. His body was constantly emitting a mysterious aura, as if he did not belong to the mortal world. The most peculiar thing about him was his eyes. His eyes were Asilavira in color, and he had 2 pupils. Each of his eyes had 2 pupils, and they looked extremely evil. Lu Ming was shocked. He thought of someone. Silavira hair heavenly eye, illusion reality. He was ranked 8th on the list of top 1,000 talents and was the only one from the talisman sect to make it into the top 10. He was known as an unparalleled genius and the #1 alchemist among the younger generation in the East Baron. He was extremely talented, and it was said that his heavenly pupils could see through all formations and inscriptions. Cough, cough, cough. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Bai Shijin coughed and said, Huanjun, don't call Tianyun Jr. brother. You can just call each other by name. Ah. Huanzhen and the other heaven's favorites all looked at Bai Shijin in surprise. However, Bai Shijin's face was slightly red, and the other elders were also a little embarrassed. Lu Ming felt that it was funny. He understood what Bai Shijin and the others meant. Lu Ming's master was Lien Song, who was very senior. Bai Shijin had to call him Uncle Master. Now, Huanzhen called Lu Ming his junior brother. Was he not climbing over Bai Shijin's head and taking advantage of him? He knew Lu Ming very well, but Huanzhen and the rest did not. They looked at each other. Alright, you young people get to know each other faster. Let's talk about serious business first. Bai Shijin coughed a few times and changed the topic. The battle for Providence is about to begin. However, all of you should know that out of the 4 major powers in the Eastern Baron territory, our talisman amulet sect is the weakest. The number of geniuses is decreasing year by year, while the other powers such as the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect are getting stronger and stronger. In the past 1,000 years, our talisman amulet sect has always been at the bottom in every battle for providence. We have been ruthlessly suppressed and the providence we obtain has become less and less. The strength of our sect has also become weaker and weaker. Therefore, this time, the first thing you must do is to be united. You must not fight among your slavirs. You are already weak. If you fight among your slavirs, the final result is very likely to be a complete annihilation. Bai Shijin's eyes were bright as he warned her seriously. This disciple will remember. Huanzhen, Lu Ming, and the rest agreed with serious expressions. N. Bai Shijin nodded in satisfaction and continued, the Battle of Providence takes place once every 20 years. However, the area that you enter each time is different. It's really wondrous. However, there's one thing in common, which is that every battle contains a great opportunity. When you obtain the opportunity, you will also obtain providence. This is your chance. If you can obtain a great opportunity from this, you might be able to suppress the geniuses of your generation. In the future, you will dominate the Eastern Baron territory and lead the Talisman Amulet sect to rise. Bai Shijin's voice was full of temptation, causing all the young people present to clench their fists and be filled with anticipation. However, Bai Shijin's tone immediately changed. However, the Battle of Kismet is also known as the burial ground of the chosen. Every time it happens, a large number of chosen will die. However, this world is just that cruel. The strong will become stronger, and the weak will only be stepped over by the bones. So, you must be mentally prepared. However, the 14 of them, including Lu Ming, had determined looks in their eyes and did not waver at all. They were all peerless Heaven's Pride experts. Since they had embarked on the path of cultivation, they would advance courageously until they reached the peak. There was no reason for them to retreat. They were full of confidence in themselves. Good, it's good that you have confidence. Du Songjue, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. I have one more thing to tell you. Du Songjue muttered to himself for a moment and continued, Master Lian-sung once said that the world we are in is called the primordial realm. The primordial realm is vast and boundless. Not to mention imperial path powerhouses, even stronger existences don't know the boundary either. And the divine wilderness continent we are in is just a corner of the primordial realm. It's just a drop in the ocean. In the boundless ocean, there are many other continents like the divine wilderness continent. Some might be smaller than the divine wilderness continent, but some are even bigger. There are even continents that are hundreds or thousands of times bigger than the divine wilderness continent. Cultivation is at its peak, and experts are as common as clouds. Chapter 896 Battle of Providence begins. Du Songjue's words caused the hearts of the young people present to tremble. They were dumbfounded. Our divine wilderness continent is actually just a drop in the ocean. Beyond the ocean, there are many other continents similar to the divine wilderness continent, and some are even hundreds or thousands of times bigger than the divine wilderness continent. A young man exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Huanjin and the others were the same. They were too shocked. In the past, they had thought that the divine wilderness mainland was the center of the world. Although they knew that the endless sea was mysterious and that there might be other continents, they would at most think that it was shocking to have 2 or 3 similar continents. However, Du Songjue used the word many, and there was also a land that was hundreds or even thousands of times larger than the divine wilderness continent. This was simply unbelievable. The divine wilderness continent was already extremely vast. The eastern wilderness had hundreds of regions and was extremely vast. As for southern nether, northern plains, and western desert, they were also vast, not smaller than the eastern barren territory. As for the central continent, it was said to be even more vast, with many outstanding people and experts. In such a vast land, there were actually so many overseas. The crowd was stunned. Lu Ming was the only one who was slightly better. Qiu Yu might have been taken away by the people from overseas. He had once entered a small island in the heaven realm by chance and broadened his horizons. He also knew that this world was beyond his expectations and was vast and boundless. That's right. Unless it's an imperial cultivator, it's difficult to leave the divine wilderness continent and head overseas. That's why we're not sure. Master Lian-sung had mentioned it before. Furthermore, the Battle of Providence doesn't only involve the divine wilderness continent. According to Master, the entire primordial realm and other continents will have battles of providence, where the elites compete for supremacy. Du Songjue said again. This time, even Lu Ming was dumbfounded. It was not just the divine wilderness continent, even the other continents overseas would have a battle for providence. This was too shocking. What was the reason for this? How could they do it at the same time in such a vast area? Or rather, was there any connection between the wars of providence? Was it the natural operation of the laws of the heavenly Tao, or was it man-made? If it was man-made, who could have such terrifying energy to control the vast primordial realm at the same time? At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was filled with many thoughts. Master once said that if you stand out in the battle of providence and achieve certain results, you'll be able to reap unexpected rewards. Du Songjue said. Some sort of standard. What's the standard? Lu Ming and the group were surprised. This, I don't know. Master didn't tell me in detail, but it seems that it's extremely difficult to reach that standard. In short, you just have to do your best. Make your preparations. Lu Ming, Huan Zhen, and the rest nodded and left the hall. Lu Ming left the hall and flew to the treasure pavilion. He bought some items and returned to the Cloud Peak House. Big Brother Yen. Near Yun Peak House, Lu Ming was overjoyed to see Yen Kuangtu. It had been half a year since they last met, and Yen Kuangtu had finally appeared. Lu Ming. Yen Kuangtu laughed. At this moment, Yen Kuangtu's body flashed, and the figure of the Nine Suns Supreme Master appeared. Now, the remnant soul of the Nine Suns Supreme Master had become much more solid, and his soul power was much stronger than before. It was obvious that he had recovered a lot during this period of time. Senior Jiuyang. Lu Ming saluted, feeling happy for the Nine Sons Supreme. Lu Ming, how are the preparations for the Battle of Providence? The Nine Sons Supreme Master said with a smile. It's all right. Lu Ming nodded. Well, with your current cultivation and combat power, it's still very difficult for you to stand out, Hong Ling said. However, the Battle of Providence will start in one stage. There's a year's time, and it's enough for you to rise up. You have to make good use of this 1 year so that you can suppress everyone in the final battle of the ancient city of Providence. Supreme Nine Sons said. Supremacy Jiuyang and Yan Kuangtu, for example, had both participated in the War of Karmic Luck and obtained great opportunities. Lu Ming nodded seriously. He knew that with his current combat strength and cultivation, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary heaven's favorites. However, there was still a gap between him and the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming, we're just here to see you. We won't be sending you off in the Battle of Providence. Master's recovery has reached a critical point. We'll have to set off again and leave the Yin Yang Mountain soon. Yan Kuangtu said. No need to send me off, Senior Jiuyang's recovery is more important. Lu Ming quickly nodded. Then, the three of them chatted for a while. Supreme Master Jiuyang and Yan Kuangtu mainly talked about their experiences in the Battle of Providence in the past, hoping that it would be of help to Lu Ming. They chatted for 2 hours before Yan Kuangtu and the Nine Sons Supreme left. Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak residence. Time flew by, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. The time for the Battle of Karmic Luck had finally arrived. In the back mountain of Mount Liangyi, there was a huge piece of land. On the land, there was a huge round stone, which was full of mysterious carvings. This stone had a heavy and ancient sense of vicissitude. In the past, this place was a forbidden area of the Talisman sect. Other than a few elders, no ordinary person was allowed to enter. Now, thousands of people had gathered here. It was only when he arrived that Lu Ming realized that this was the place where he would participate in the Battle of Providence. The entrance to the Battle of Karmic Luck was located in a very wondrous place. One couldn't enter from other places, and had to go through a special passage. The Talisman sect, the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Heavenly Demon Valley all had this special passageway. Usually, this passageway was completely useless and had no effect. It would only activate automatically when the War of Providence started. Which faction's passageway one entered from represented which faction one was fighting for. In the future, one's battle achievements would be counted on that faction's head, and luck would descend. This time, the Talisman sect had sent over 1,000 people to participate in the battle. In addition to the true chosen, there were also many experts with profound cultivation bases selected from the younger generation. These young experts would be able to assist the chosen. Furthermore, who knew who would be so lucky as to obtain a great opportunity and gather great fortune? No one could say for sure, so it would be more or less beneficial for more people to go in. Lu Ming, Fatty, Wan Tingting, and Bai Qixue stood together. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few other elders stood in front, staring at the huge round stone. According to the legends, when a power became a transcendent power and had an emperor, the ancient city of Providence would send this stone over to that power. This meant that the power had the right to send a single person to participate in the battle. When a force was completely weakened, the stone would fly away on its own. This also meant that the force had completely declined. Buzz! All of a sudden, the round stone trembled, and the carvings on it began to flash with light. A mysterious aura began to flow. Then, the light grew brighter and brighter, forming a huge vortex. This was the spatial tunnel, the entrance to the Battle of Kismet. We've been discovered. Good. Now, everyone, follow me in. Bai Shijin shouted and stepped into the vortex first. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! One figure after another flew up and stepped into the vortex. With a flash of light, the person who stepped into the vortex disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming and the rest followed the crowd and flew into the vortex, then disappeared. In the end, Du Songjue and a few other elders stepped in. There was a flash of light and Lu Ming and the rest realized that they had appeared on a huge platform. It was a huge platform made of stone with patterns on it. Behind it was a huge wall, blocking their way out. There was a vortex above their heads. This was the space tunnel they had entered from. After Lu Ming and the rest went to participate in the battle, Bai Shijin and the rest would leave from here. The direction in front of him seemed to be empty. It was an endless abyss. On the other side of the abyss, there was a huge door of light. That's the entrance to the Battle of Providence. Bai Shijin's voice came out, pointing to the light door opposite the abyss. Lu Ming was surrounded by Talisman sect disciples. They had gathered together. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others had also entered. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Heavenly Demon Valley have also arrived. Fatty whispered. Lu Ming looked over. On this platform, he saw people from the other three forces. Just like the Talisman Amulet sect, every faction had gathered together. So many people. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He realized that there were definitely more than 10,000 people who had entered the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The Heavenly Corpse sect also had nearly 10,000 people, while the Heavenly Demon Valley had more than 3,000 people. How was this possible? How could there be so many geniuses in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? The Empyrean Divine Palace could be considered as a heaven's chosen. The total number of heavens chosen from the previous list of top 1,000 talents and the recently rising heavens chosen wouldn't exceed 800. Including some young experts, there were at most 3,000 to 4,000 people. How could there be so many people? Tianyun, I've heard that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect don't have that many geniuses and young experts. However, they do train a group of men of sacrifice. Beside him, Bai Qishue said in a low voice. Death Warrior? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right, Death Warrior. Do you see the group of people behind the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? They are all clad in black robes and are carrying various weapons on their backs. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace uses a special technique to fully activate the potential of some young people. Before the age of 30, their strength will skyrocket and they will enter an extremely powerful realm. However, the consequence is that the potential of these young people will be completely exhausted, and even their lifespans will be greatly shortened. Their thoughts will become numb, and they will only know how to obey orders without fear of death. Their goal is to participate in the Battle of Providence and help the other elites obtain opportunities and providence. Bai Qishue explained. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. These major forces had used all their means for the Battle of Providence. You see, those people from the Heavenly Corpse sect who are wrapped in blood-red robes are also men of sacrifice. Our Talisman Amulet sect cultivates the Tao of inscription. Without such an evil secret technique, we won't do it. As for the demon race of the Heavenly Demon Valley, they are very proud and won't do it either. That's why there are very few of them. Bai Qishue said. Lu Ming nodded and understood. These men of sacrifice were nothing more than young men under the age of 30 who had been raised with secret techniques to participate in the Battle of Providence for consumption. Lu Ming stood in the crowd and scanned the three major forces. In the area of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, he saw the 6 supreme martial artists from the 6 great ancient aristocratic families. There were dozens of young men and women in each force. They had extraordinary auras and were unfathomable. Needless to say, these people were all top talents on the list of top 1,000 talents or at the same level. Lu Ming was sizing the other party up and the other party was also sizing them up. Ha, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, I didn't think that your Talisman Amulet sect would still dare to participate in the war. Aren't you afraid that all the young people of this generation will die? A loud laugh suddenly rang out from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming looked toward the source of the voice and recognized the master of the Wang family, the supreme martial artist of his generation. He was almost crushed to death by Lu Ming's divine nine-dragon cauldron. Wang Xingtian. Bai Shijin's face sank. He snorted and did not say anything. That's good. In any case, your talisman amulet sect is getting worse with each generation. The people of this generation have all died inside. With just you old guys, you won't be able to hold on for a few years. The talisman amulet sect will be destroyed sooner or later. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Xingtian, continued to sneer. His eyes were like lightning as they swept over the talisman amulet sect. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He retracted his aura and moved, wanting to use the others' shadows to block his figure. However, the next moment, he noticed a cold gaze on him. Wang Xingtian's gaze. At this moment, Wang Xingtian's eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, is that you? I didn't expect you to come to the talisman sect. Wang Xingtian shouted angrily. Back then, in the Battle of Nine Dragons, he was almost crushed to death by Lu Ming's divine nine-dragon cauldron. He was a supreme martial artist of his generation, but he ended up like this. It was a complete loss of face for him. It could be said that he had treated Lu Ming very badly. With his cultivation level, he could tell at a glance that Lu Ming had changed his appearance and concealed his aura. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. As Wang Xingtian's voice rang out, everyone from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace turned to look at the talisman amulet sect. Who in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace did not know the name Lu Ming? Not only the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the other powers also looked over. What? Lu Ming? Is Lu Ming among us? Most of the talisman sect's people were also shocked as they sized each other up. The faces of Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others darkened. Little bastard, don't think you can hide from me by hiding in the crowd. You're actually in the talisman amulet sect. Let's see how you're going to die. Wang Xingtian sneered. The other 5 supreme martial artists' eyes turned cold as they looked at Lu Ming. They had also lost face in the battle that day. The 6 great masters had joined forces, but they had not been able to take down Lu Ming, a junior. Lu Ming. Who is Lu Ming? Bai Qixue opened her eyes wide and looked around. Hide? Why would I need to hide? What can you do to me in this place? Lu Ming opened his mouth. His clear voice spread throughout the entire venue. Then, he strode out of the crowd. This place was the entrance to the Battle of Providence. It was extremely mysterious and had a powerful suppressing effect. The older a person was, the stronger the suppression would be when they came here. For a supreme martial artist like Wang Xingtian who had lived for thousands of years, he could only display the cultivation of the spirit embryo realm at most, so what did he have to fear? This was a well-known fact. Otherwise, he would not have come here in broad daylight. Yan Kuangtu and the 9 Suns Supreme would not have been at ease either, so they did not follow him, and NBSP, once they entered this place, the experts wouldn't be able to use much of their combat strength. At first, Lu Ming did not want to be discovered. He just wanted to avoid some trouble. However, since he had been discovered, he had to be generous and step forward. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Tianyun. You are Lu Ming. Bai Qixue's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Tianyun was actually Lu Ming. They all want to kill Lu Ming. No wonder Tianyun was so powerful and his martial arts cultivation was so profound. So, he was Lu Ming. Bai Qixue could not help but remember that she used to praise Lu Ming in front of him and said that if she wanted to find someone she liked, she would find someone like Lu Ming. Wasn't he saying this in front of Lu Ming? Thinking of this, Bai Qixue's face turned red and she felt very embarrassed. This bad guy, he didn't tell me. Bai Qixue's face was as red as an apple. In the Talisman Amulet sect, the other young people also looked at Lu Ming in shock. Then, they came to a realization. It turned out that Tianyun was Lu Ming. No wonder he was so talented and powerful. He was the one who started the war in Nine Dragons, pulled out the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, fought against the supreme martial artists, and finally caused De and Martial Emperor to attack. No wonder. In that case, everything made sense. Since Lu Ming was Tianyun, it made sense that he had crushed everyone in the Talisman Sect's competition and won the first place. It was because he was Lu Ming. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you now. Flames danced on Wang Xingtian's body, exuding a powerful aura. However, he was severely suppressed and only had the aura of the spirit embryo realm. Wang Xingtian, this is not Nine Dragons. Bai Shi took a step forward and stood in front of Wang Xingtian, spiritual power spreading out from between his eyebrows. Bai Shi Jin, your talisman amulet sect dares to oppose my Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Are you looking to die? Wang Xingtian shouted with cold killing intent. Hehe, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has always been annexing the territory of my talisman amulet sect. Haven't they always been at odds with us? Bai Shi Jin sneered. You. Wang Xingtian's face turned ugly. If they were outside, he would have made a move immediately. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had more supremes than the talisman amulet sect. They were more than enough to defeat the talisman amulet sect. However, in this place, he couldn't display the strength of a supreme martial artist at all. An ordinary elder of the talisman sect would probably be able to stop him. If they were to fight, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace might suffer a great loss. Humph, good, very good. Talisman amulet sect, let's see how many of you can survive this battle of providence. Wang Xingtian coldly spoke. After that, he instructed the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, everyone from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, listen up. In the Battle of Providence, if you encounter anyone from the Talisman Amulet sect, there's no need to show mercy. Kill them. Yes. The geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace replied loudly, their eyes filled with killing intent. Also, especially Lu Ming. If you see him, kill him without mercy. I'll reward whoever kills him. Wang Xingtian said. I must kill Lu Ming. Yes, the sovereign of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace replied. His cold killing intent spread towards Lu Ming. Some of the powerful heaven's favorites had cold and unfathomable gazes. You are Lu Ming. At this moment, a loud roar came from the direction of the Sky Demon Valley. A brawny man in red armor was looking at Lu Ming coldly. That's the sovereign of the Flood Dragon tribe. Someone recognized the brawny man. My nephew Alcuin was killed by you. Good, very good. The Flood Dragon sovereign turned to look at the geniuses of the Sky Demon Valley and shouted, this kid killed my nephew. If you see him in the Battle of Providence, kill him without mercy. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded. Ha, he's mine. I will kill him. Instantly, the paragons of the Sky Demon Valley looked at Lu Ming with killing intent. The Battle of Providence had yet to begin, but the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley had already targeted Lu Ming. They wanted to kill him. Everyone in the Heavenly Corpse sect was waiting to watch a good show. Bai Qixua, Wan Tingting, Fatty and the rest looked at Lu Ming with worry. The faces of Bai Shi Jin, Du Songjue, and the others were solemn. They did not expect that things would turn out this way. Lu Ming would have a hard time in this battle. Lu Ming's eyes were calm. He remembered that he had killed a legendary dragon, Ao Kun, at the exchange of the three forces in Nine Dragons. His eyes swept across the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley. He then said, since you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me. His voice was also very calm, but it revealed a strong self-confidence and a sharp killing intent. What a big mouth, who do you think you are? How dare you say you'll kill us? In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, a young man sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He recognized this person. Jiang Taichong was the person who had stopped him when he emerged victorious in the Heavenly King ranking battle. This man was ranked in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. They're just clowns. Another voice rang out from the crowd of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. After that, a young man walked out while pulling a woman along. Wang Yan. Lu Ming also recognized that Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong had stopped them after the battle on the Heavenly King ranking. At that time, the two of them were high and mighty, looking down on Lu Ming and the rest. They said that the Battle of the Heavenly King's ranking was just a game for children and they did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. At this moment, they did not take Lu Ming seriously. Wang Haoxian. What made Lu Ming's eyes light up was that the person Wang Yan was holding onto was Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian's face was pale. Lu Ming, when you were in Nine Dragons, Wang Haoxian, that bitch, seemed to be very close to you. That bitch dared to betray the Wang family. Although he has been punished, it's not enough. Do you see this? He said. Wang Yan pointed at the collar on Wang Haoxian's neck and said to Lu Ming. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He did not say anything. This collar can explode at any time. When that happens, this bitch will be crushed to pieces. This time, in the Battle of Providence, I'll crush this bitch to pieces in front of you. Wang Yan said coldly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent and he said coldly, Wang Yan, I will definitely kill you in the Battle of Providence. Ha, you're indeed an adulterous couple. You're trying to kill me. There's no need to wait until the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you won't be able to enter the Battle of Providence. Wang Yan sneered. For a moment, the atmosphere of the scene became very heavy. The road is about to open. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone's eyes turned to the abyss. If one wanted to enter the door of light on the other side of the abyss and participate in the War of Providence, they had to cross the abyss. However, the abyss had a terrifying attractive force, making it impossible to fly. If anyone tried to fly, they would definitely fall into the abyss and die on the spot. He could only wait for the road to pass and step forward. At this moment, everyone could see that in front of the abyss, there were many floating stone platforms flying over. The round stone platforms were about 1 meter in diameter and were separated from each other. They were suspended above the abyss and extended to the other side, forming many paths. They were going to fly from these round platforms to the other side. Very quickly, the path was formed. The sky above the abyss was filled with round platforms. We only have the time for an incense stick to burn. After that, the round platform will collapse and the road will be over. Someone said. The start of every battle for Providence was similar, but the world behind the door of light was different every time. The four forces didn't move for a while. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you along the way. Wang Yan licked his lips, his killing intent overflowing. Many powerful paragons also looked at Lu Ming coldly. They also had the intention to kill Lu Ming on this path. Rise of the Celestial Realm. Chapter 899 Crisis. We'll take turns. The weak will go first. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue began to give orders. On the talisman sect's side, someone began to move. Inscriptions flashed as he displayed his figure and leaped onto the floating round platform. He then jumped onto the next round platform and advanced along the platform. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley also set off. However, just like the Talisman Amulet sect, they also set off in batches. The weak would go first, while the strong would stay behind to restrain their opponents. If all four sides swarmed forward, there would definitely be a huge battle. It wasn't the time for the battle yet. Even if they killed their opponent now, there wouldn't be much benefit. The battle would only begin after they entered the light door. The people from the four forces moved forward one by one. The people in front had already crossed the abyss and disappeared after entering the door of light. Lu Ming did not move. There were many people from the Sky Demon Valley and the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace who were staring at him with killing intent. Time passed quickly, and more people entered the door of light. Very quickly, Half of the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. Ah! Suddenly, a terrified roar came from the sky above the abyss. Everyone's eyes looked over and saw a young man standing on a round platform. His face was filled with fear. His body seemed to be under a terrible pressure and was breaking apart inch by inch. Gu Huaxiu. Lu Ming's expression changed as he recognized the young man. Before Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing went to the chaotic astral ocean, they went to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy to get the heavenly demon fruit. They met Gu Huaxiu there. At that time, Gu Huaxiu seemed to have been possessed by someone, and they had fought together against the ancestor of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. After not seeing him for a period of time, Gu Huaxiu had reached a shocking level. The aura he emitted seemed to be at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. However, at this moment, he was under a terrifying suppression. Ah! Die! He roared as green light emanated from his body. A shadow appeared above his head, struggling madly. But in the air, there seemed to be a terrifying force bombarding him. No! The phantom let out a terrified roar. In the next moment, with a bang, it collapsed. As the phantom collapsed, Gu Huaxiu's body turned into ashes and disappeared forever. A mere spiritual god wants to possess a body to participate in the battle of providence. He's simply courting death. An old man in the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, a few supremes were also sneering. With their cultivation, they could naturally tell that Gu Huaxiu had been possessed by a spirit god. However, the battle of providence limited one's age. This age wasn't just limited to the bone age, it was also limited to the soul. If one wanted to impersonate someone, it would be impossible. They would be discovered and killed immediately. Otherwise, overlord powers like the Empyrean Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, who had many spiritual god experts, would have the ability to possess some spiritual gods and young bodies to enter the battle of providence. However, they did not do so, which was enough to explain everything. If he wanted to rely on possession and use his young body to sneak in, he would be courting death. Therefore, Lu Ming did not bring Dandan along. This was just a small interlude. The four forces continued to move forward. Time was running out, but Wang Yan was still staring at Lu Ming coldly. Could it be that Lu Ming is afraid and doesn't intend to participate in the battle of providence? A powerful genius from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace coldly spoke. With his talent, he should be participating. Otherwise, he will never be able to compete with the other heaven's favorites. Someone else said. There's not much time left. I'll be leaving first. Some powerful heaven's favorites couldn't help but start moving. Lu Ming still did not move. In the Sky Demon Valley and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, many paragons looked at Lu Ming with killing intent and moved one after another. Lu Ming is mine. I will kill him. You guys can leave first. Wang Yan looked at the other heaven's favorites and said. Alright, I'll leave him to you. In the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, even more geniuses made their move. They moved like lightning and flew towards the light door on the other side of the abyss. On the Talisman sect's side, some of the 13 Zongzi's candidates also moved. Tianyun, no, Lu Ming, take care of yourself. Huan Zhen looked at Lu Ming and then stepped forward. Fatty, you guys go first. Lu Ming looked at the fatty, Wan Tingting, and Bai Qixue. No, if we're leaving, we'll leave together. Fatty said. You guys go first. They can't do anything to me. If we go together, we'll all be in danger. Lu Ming said. In the end, Fatty and the others had no choice but to take action first. People kept rushing into the door of light and disappeared. The time for one incense stick to burn was almost up. All the elites of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley had entered. Wang Haoxian was also brought in by the other members of the Wang family. Lu Ming was the only Talisman sect member. In the Ditian Divine Palace, only Wang Yan and a dozen men of sacrifice carrying long swords were left. They stayed behind to deal with Lu Ming together. Other than them, there were a few other important figures. Little bastard, let's see how you die. Unless you don't want to go in. Wang Xingtian sneered. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others all revealed worried expressions. The atmosphere in the area suddenly became very heavy. Time passed quickly, and soon, the time for one incense stick to burn was almost up. With a wave of Wang Yan's hand, a few men of sacrifice charged forward, while the remaining 9 men of sacrifice remained by his side. His eyes were flickering. He was ready to set off at any time. If Lu Ming really did not enter, he could not stay here to accompany Lu Ming and miss the opportunity. Let's go. In the end, Wang Yan could not take it any longer and charged into the abyss. Bang! Suddenly, a round platform exploded. The time was up. When the time was up, the round platform would explode. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards the round platform. The moment Lu Ming moved, the 9 men of sacrifice also moved and rushed towards him. Lu Ming stomped on a round platform and his figure moved forward rapidly. The round platform shattered the moment he stepped on it. Lu Ming's figure moved forward rapidly, racing against the speed of the collapse of the round platform. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had covered half the distance and arrived at the middle of the abyss. Lu Ming, die. At this moment, Wang Yan, who had been charging forward, suddenly turned around and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This punch was extremely terrifying. It emitted a terrifying heat that seemed to be able to burn everything. Level 3 Intent Realm of Heaven and Earth, Full Spirit Sea Realm. Lu Ming could instantly sense Wang Yan's strength. Wang Yan was ranked 98th on the list of top 1,000 talents. It was said that he had awakened a 5th-level divine bloodline, a cultivation at the peak of the spiritual ocean realm, and a level 3 will of heaven and earth. His punch was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming did not hesitate to release 3 wisps of dragon power at once. His body was covered in a layer of scales as he circulated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out. Boom! There was a violent tremor and Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. His body shook violently and he was blocked as he retreated. If he retreated, he would be in the void. A terrifying gravitational force came from the abyss, wanting to tear Lu Ming down. Once he was torn down, only death awaited him. Inscribing a formation in the air. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a quintessential essence ribbon flew forward at high speed. It wrapped around a round platform and with a pull, his body floated forward. As for Wang Yan, after exchanging a punch with Lu Ming, he used the force of the collision to charge forward at high speed. You guys, kill him. Wang Yan's voice rang out as he instructed his men of sacrifice. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, he would also fall into the abyss. Buzz! Buzz! The few men of sacrifice who had set off earlier turned back and charged at Lu Ming. The few men of sacrifice at the side did the same. The strength of these death warriors were all extremely terrifying. They were actually all peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier strength. They were not afraid of death and only knew how to obey orders. And NBSP, whoosh! Whoosh! A terrifying sword radiance burst out and slashed at Lu Ming's quintessential essence ribbon while the other sword radiances slashed at him. In an instant, Lu Ming was in a situation where he would die. Wang Xingtian and the others all smiled. Ha, Lu Ming, go to hell. Up ahead, Wang Yan laughed heartily. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged through the abyss and into the door of light. Bang! The round platform that Lu Ming had tied with the essential core ribbon also collapsed. In front of Lu Ming, there were a few men of sacrifice. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. On the body of the 9-dragon bloodline, there were 4 golden chakra, which were extremely dazzling. In the next few months, Lu Ming cultivated in the ferocious beast's secret realm. The demonic beast's blood essence he hunted was all used to enhance his 9-dragon bloodline. He didn't upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline for the time being. The main thing was that if the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline continued to improve and reached divine level 4, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique would be equivalent to a true low-grade divine level martial technique. With his current true energy, he would not be able to execute it at all. Right now, the prison-suppressing heavenly art was equivalent to a high-grade demigod martial technique at its peak. The rate at which it consumed true origin was already extremely terrifying, and there was no need to continue upgrading it for the time being. The devouring power of the 9-dragon bloodline, which had reached the 4th level of the divine level, was extremely terrifying. With a long howl, the devouring power burst forth and enveloped more than 10 men of sacrifice. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the blood essence, fresh blood, and vital essence of the dozen or so death warriors were all devoured, turning into a dozen or so dried corpses. Then, he took a step forward and an array appeared in the void. Lu Ming stepped on the array and his body flew forward like a rocket. After flying for a while, he took another step and another formation appeared in the void. Lu Ming repeated the same trick and stepped on the formation, continuing to move forward. After a few times, Lu Ming crossed the abyss and flew to the other side, arriving at the door of light. At this moment, all the round platforms above the abyss collapsed. Lu Ming turned around slowly and looked at Wang Xingtian and the rest. "I'll kill anyone from the Wang family I see. Also, the others better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill them too." Having said that, Lu Ming turned around, stepped into the door of light, and disappeared. That damned little bastard. He can actually inscribe a formation in the air. How is that possible? Wang Xingtian was furious. His eyes were filled with disbelief. To inscribe an array in the air, one had to be at least a level 7 alchemist. How could Lu Ming be a level 7 blacksmith? How could his Tao of inscription be so strong? With such a powerful Tao of inscription and a powerful martial cultivation, how terrifying would it be? He couldn't help but worry about the Wang clan's prodigy. This time, who knows who will kill who? Bai Shijin sneered. Wang Xingtian looked at Bai Shijin coldly and said, "How dare your talisman amulet sect protect Lu Ming and even provide him with resources for his cultivation? Just wait for the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's revenge." Without the talisman amulet sect's help, he did not believe that Lu Ming's inscription Tao could reach that level. "I'll keep you company. Let's go." Bai Shijin was unyielding. After leaving those words, he left through the teleportation vortex. Du Songjue and the others did the same. After that, the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley all left through the teleportation vortex and returned to their respective sections. The Battle of Providence would last for a year, and only after the ancient city of Providence appeared would the final battle take place to determine the final ranking. From there, the ancient city of Providence would descend with luck. Now, the people outside had to wait. Lu Ming stepped into the light door. The next moment, he realized that he had appeared in a forest. In the surroundings, ancient trees towered into the sky. At a glance, they were all trees that would take more than a dozen people to wrap their arms around. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Also, I can sense the essence of the world so clearly here. Lu Ming sensed it and his eyes were filled with shock. He found that the heaven and earth spiritual qi here was so dense that it was almost solid. The surrounding milky white fog was formed by the heaven and earth spiritual qi. The spiritual qi here was equivalent to the total spiritual qi of a supreme-grade spiritual crystal. Furthermore, the essence realm of heaven and earth here could be sensed very clearly, dozens of times more than the outside world. Cultivating in such an environment would allow one's cultivation base to advance at a tremendous pace. This was simply a holy land for cultivation. It was no wonder that everyone wanted to participate in the Battle of Providence. Even if they didn't want any other opportunities, just cultivating here for a year was a great opportunity. I'll refine the blood essence energy first. Immediately, Lu Ming waved his fingers and carved a large array around him. Blue mental energy fire emanated from his fingertips. Lu Ming was still a 6th-level alchemist and had not broken through to the 7th level. When he was at the observatory, he had lit up 9 blue spirit lamps. In the following months, he had successfully lit up the 10th blue spirit lamp. Level 6, Full Circle. All 6 levels were at perfection. How exuberant was his mental energy fire! How powerful was his spiritual power! He was even more powerful than some inscription masters who had just broken through to rank 7. Therefore, when Lu Ming was at level 6, he was able to inscribe an array in the air and carve the array onto the void. It was mysterious and unpredictable. How could Wang Xingtian have thought of this? He had thought that Lu Ming was a level 7 inscriber. In an instant, a huge illusory formation was carved. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence and essential core of the more than 10 death warriors that he had just devoured. However, when he was refining it, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. There was a look of shock in his eyes. This time, he found that the 9-dragon bloodline not only devoured blood essence, vital essence, and blood, but also intent runes. That's right, the bloodline of the 9 dragons had devoured the intent runes of those death warriors. There's the wind, fire, and water concepts. Can the 9-dragon bloodline devour concept runes and refine them for its own use? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart started to beat rapidly. If that was the case, then it was too heaven-defying. Intent realm, blood essence, true essence, and other energies were different. Intent realm relied on comprehension. Could it be devoured and refined? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. We'll know once we try. Lu Ming immediately began to refine it. Meeting another 3-eyed god. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Other than shock, there was also joy in his eyes. It could really be refined. Lu Ming discovered that other than energy such as blood essence, fresh blood, and vital essence that could be refined, intent runes could also be refined. Although the intent runes could not be completely refined and a large part would be lost in the process of refining, there was still a part that was integrated into Lu Ming's own intent runes. In an instant, Lu Ming's comprehension of the intent increased by leaps and bounds, and he improved rapidly. This feeling was extremely profound and difficult to describe in words. After refining all the intent runes of the death warriors, his wind and fire intents had improved greatly. Since he had not comprehended the water concept, Lu Ming made the water concept runes dissipate. Lu Ming's current mood could only be described as ecstatic. He could even devour intent runes and turn them into his own. In the future, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming could not help but burst out laughing. So what if he had comprehended many intent realms? The more he comprehended, the faster he could improve. Lu Ming's heart started to race. He was thinking if he should comprehend other concepts. Otherwise, it would be a waste if he devoured them. Forget it. I'll wait for a while. It's not wise to comprehend a new intent right now. It'll hinder my cultivation speed. I'll consider it after the Battle of Providence is over. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Now was not the time to be impulsive. There were great opportunities in the Battle of Providence. In such an environment, other people's cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. However, if he comprehended a new intent realm now, his cultivation would not improve for a period of time even with the 9-dragon bloodline. In the Battle of Providence, it was not wise to fall behind by one step. What is this place? Lu Ming immediately began to observe. He flew high into the sky and looked around. All around him were mountains and ancient trees. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. There's quite a lot of spirit herbs here. After flying for some time, Lu Ming discovered a few stalks of spiritual medicine growing on a cliff. There were 3 of them in total, and they were the superior grade 6 grade spirit medicine, returning origin grass. Lu Ming flew down and waved his hand. His essential core rolled out and he plucked the 3 returning origin herbs. The moment Lu Ming plucked the returning origin grass, a light suddenly flashed in front of him. Then, a jade book condensed and formed. This jade book only had 2 pages, and there was a line of words on the surface, 3 points. This is the Book of Destiny. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he was secretly amazed. It was said that the Battle of Providence was extremely mysterious. The first year was a time to search for opportunities to improve one's cultivation and also a time to accumulate providence. Yes, to accumulate fate. During the Battle of Providence, if one could find ruins, treasures, or inheritances of experts, not only would they obtain great opportunities, but they would also obtain providence. During this period, even if you found a spiritual herb or a precious material, it would accumulate fate. Some people were lucky and could casually find a treasure trove, obtain a legacy, and obtain a massive amount of fate. Every person who participated in the Battle of Providence would obtain a Book of Providence the first time they obtained providence. The amount of providence one had accumulated, whether it was strong or weak, would all be converted into providence value, which would be displayed on the Book of Providence. It was truly a miraculous sight. It was said that luck was not only useful for one's own body, but also for one's family and friends if one obtained enough luck. It could make their luck and even their talent stronger. It would also be of great use to the sect they were in. It was said that the sect master of the sect would be the one who would receive the most benefits. This was also why the major forces attached great importance to the Battle of Providence. They did not hesitate to open all the cultivation holy lands to cultivate young geniuses. Luck was a mysterious thing, but it was extremely wonderful. In short, it had endless wonderful uses, and the more the better. Some people guessed that it might be a type of energy, an extremely mysterious energy. Furthermore, if you killed the person who had accumulated fate, you could also take a portion of the fate from him. Therefore, in the battle for providence, bloody massacres were bound to happen in the end to seize the providence of others. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the front. It seemed that someone was fighting. Lu Ming restrained his aura and rushed over. When he was not far away, Lu Ming rushed up a big tree and hid between the branches, looking ahead. This is... Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw it. He was shocked. In front of them were 2 burly beings covered in black scales. They were attacking a human heaven's favorite. There were 2 horns on the heads of the 2 creatures and an eye in the middle of their brows. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this kind of living being. 3-eyed god race. This was the 3-eyed god that Lu Ming had encountered on the small island when he first entered the heaven realm. How was this possible? Why would they encounter a 3-eyed god here? Could this place be the heaven realm? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The 2 3-eyed gods were at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm, while the human was at the 5th level. He was no match for the 2 3-eyed gods. He roared in anger, but it was useless and he was completely suppressed. Whoosh! 2 beams of light shot out from the 3rd eye of the 2 3-eyed god race beings. One was a beam of lightning, and the other was a beam of fire. The 2 beams of light pierced through the void and killed the sovereign. Lu Ming did not appear to save her. Unless it was someone from the Talisman sect, 2 of the other 3 forces wanted to kill Lu Ming. The other was the Heavenly Corpse sect, which also had a great grudge against Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming take action? These humans have appeared again. They appear once every 20 years. Let's go back and report to the captain. One of the 3-eyed gods said. And NBSP, the 2 3-eyed god race beings then rose into the air and left. Lu Ming flew out and his devouring power erupted, devouring the human's energy. From their tone, the 3-eyed god race should be stationed here and should be very familiar with this area. If I want to search for treasures or the abodes of experts, I don't know how long I'll have to charge in blindly by myself. Obtaining information from these 3-eyed god race members is the best choice. With that thought in mind, Lu Ming's body moved and he chased after the 2 3-eyed gods. 10,000 miles later, Lu Ming saw other three-eyed gods in a forest. There were a total of 11 of them, and it was clear that they were a small team. The two three-eyed gods from before were currently reporting something to an especially muscular three-eyed god. The strongest one should be at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Kill! A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he dashed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, more than 10 spears materialized and shot toward the three-eyed god. Immediately, 7 of the weaker three-eyed gods were pierced by Lu Ming's spear and killed. There were 4 more, 2 at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier and 2 at the 8th level. Their reactions were slightly faster, and they dodged the spear. Valley of the Demonic Trees. Damn the human race. A three-eyed god at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm roared in anger. A golden beam of light shot out from his eyes, piercing towards Lu Ming like a sharp sword. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and dispersed the light beam. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that these three-eyed gods were very powerful. They were generally stronger than humans, and even comparable to some human geniuses. Lu Ming did not believe that the other party was a genius of the three-eyed god race. From the looks of it, he was just an ordinary three-eyed god. Bang! Lu Ming crushed the beam of light, stepped forward, and activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art. He slammed his palm onto the three-eyed celestial's body. A large part of the three-eyed god's body caved in, and his muscular body was sent flying for more than 1,000 meters, devoid of any life. Quickly retreat. When the remaining 3 three-eyed gods saw that Lu Ming had killed their team leader with a single move, they immediately knew that they had encountered an opponent that they could not defeat. They shouted in anger and fled in different directions. You want to leave? Stay here. With a single 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, he caught up to another 9th level spiritual ocean tier expert in the blink of an eye and struck down with his palm. This time, Lu Ming didn't kill him. He only severely injured the three-eyed god before he chased after the other 2. After cultivating in the ferocious beast's secret realm for several months, Lu Ming had improved in all aspects. He had even cultivated the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps to the 6th step, and its power was comparable to the peak of a high-grade demigod martial technique. His speed was extremely fast, and it did not take long for him to injure the remaining 2 three-eyed gods. And NBSP, he threw the 3 three-eyed god race members together. Now, what do I ask you? What are you going to answer? Do you understand? Lu Ming swept his gaze across the 3 three-eyed gods. Don't even think about it, human. If you want to kill, just kill. Don't expect me to say anything. One of the three-eyed gods roared. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and devouring power burst forth, enveloping the three-eyed god. The three-eyed god immediately wailed in pain before his body rapidly withered and turned into a dried corpse. All the essence was devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. And NBSP, seeing this terrifying sight, the 2 remaining three-eyed gods began to tremble in fear. What about you guys? Lu Ming looked at the 2 remaining three-eyed gods. Speak, I'll speak. I'll tell you anything you ask. One of them shouted. I'll also say it. The other one quickly nodded. Okay, let me ask you, what is this place? Is it in the heaven realm? Lu Ming asked. Heaven realm? I don't know. I was born here, and according to the clan's legend, we've been living here for countless years. One of the three-eyed gods said. You don't know? Lu Ming frowned. I've read about it in an ancient book of my clan. The ancient book recorded that our ancestors didn't seem to have lived here in the beginning. They seem to have been captured by someone and brought to this place. Later on, they couldn't get out, so they lived here and reproduced our clan. The other three-eyed god was shocked when he saw Lu Ming frowning. He answered in a trembling voice. Your ancestor was captured and brought here? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. That's right. After that, I don't know when it started, but every 20 years, you human youths would come and hunt down my kind. After a while, all of you would disappear. A three-eyed race member said. Every 20 years, a young human will arrive. That should be the Battle of Providence. However, the Battle of Providence takes place in a different region each time. Those who come and go should be people from other regions, or even people from other continents beyond the sea. Lu Ming made a guess. Is there anything special around here? Lu Ming asked. Yes, there are some strange places. Some places are very dangerous, and my clan doesn't dare to enter. Some places, once my clan enters, we will be killed. The three-eyed god replied. Do you have a map? Lu Ming asked. Yes, there's a map in our captain's storage ring. Now that we've said everything we need to say, can you let us go? One of the three-eyed gods asked carefully. Let you go? When did I say I would let you go? Lu Ming sneered. With a wave of his hand, 2 spearlights shot out and killed 2 three-eyed gods. And NBSP, he then controlled his 9-dragon bloodline to devour the three-eyed god's blood essence. Then, 11 storage rings appeared in his hand. What? At this moment, a jade book flew out of Lu Ming's glabella. It was the Book of Destiny, and some words appeared on it. You have killed a three-eyed god and obtained 313 luck points. Lu Ming's total luck value had become 316 points. Killing a three-eyed god can actually give me fate value? And in such a huge amount? Lu Ming was shocked. He had obtained 3 level 6 spiritual herbs, but he had only obtained 2 or 3 luck points. He didn't think that killing 11 three-eyed gods would give him so many luck points. Then, his figure flickered and he left. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining his blood essence and energy. The three-eyed god race cultivated the will of heaven and earth as well. The light that shot out from their third eye was condensed from the will of heaven and earth and an energy that was different from true essence. Some of the 11 three-eyed gods had comprehended the intent of thunder and the intent of fire. A part of the heaven and earth intent runes had been integrated into Lu Ming's intent runes, and Lu Ming's mastery of the intent of thunder and fire had improved. The thunder and fire intents have already reached the limit of the 2nd level completion, and I'm only 1 step away from the 3rd level intent. The wind intent is also about the same. As for the earth intent, it hasn't reached the peak of the 2nd level completion yet, causing my current cultivation to only reach the peak of the 8th level spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was deep in thought. His current cultivation was precisely at the peak 8th level spiritual ocean tier. After refining it, Lu Ming took out the storage rings he had obtained from the three-eyed god and looked through them one by one. There were all sorts of things in the storage ring. Lu Ming kept them all. He found a map in one of the storage rings and opened it to take a look. Within 1,000,000 miles, there are several strange places. I should go and take a look at these places. First, I should go to the Demon Tree Canyon, which is the closest to this place. Lu Ming looked at it for a while and made a decision. The Valley of the Demonic Trees was tens of thousands of miles away and was the closest. After keeping the map, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew towards the Demon Tree Canyon. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Demon Tree Canyon. In front of them was a huge valley filled with mist. What? Lu Ming's moving figure suddenly stopped. At the entrance of the valley, he saw a group of figures. They were all young people from the outside world. Some were from the Heavenly Corpse sect, some were from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and some were even from the demon clan of the Heavenly Demon Valley. The 3 parties stopped at the entrance of the valley and seemed to be looking inside. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned around and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming. It's you. A cold shout rang out. Di Feng. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The Emperor's Sword. Among the crowd, Lu Ming saw Di Feng. Di Feng, ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was the descendant of Martial Emperor De. Di Feng's eyes glinted with killing intent when he saw Lu Ming. In addition, the demons of the Sky Demon Valley also looked at him with cold eyes. Lu Ming, Wang Yan said that he wanted to keep you outside. It seems like he didn't succeed. It just so happens that you're the person the Martial Emperor Ancestor wants. If I cripple you and bring you back to the Martial Emperor Ancestor, I'll definitely make a great contribution. A powerful aura emanated from Di Feng, as a sharp sword chi burst forth from him. As I said before, if you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me. Di Yi's descendant, you should collect some interest first. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Kill. Di Feng waved his hand, and 7 figures appeared behind him. The 7 figures were all men of sacrifice wearing black robes and carrying long swords on their backs. In reality, there were over 20 people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There were over 10 death warriors, and the rest were the young geniuses and genius characters. It was obvious that Di Feng was the leader. Each of the 7 death warriors had a cultivation at the peak of the 9th level spiritual ocean realm. The 7 of them worked together to form a battle formation that was seamless as they charged toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword chi swept across, and the sword radiance was like a net that enveloped Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and the sword radiance was shattered. The huge palm force made the 7 men of sacrifice spit out blood and fly back. Devour! His left palm clenched into a fist and a terrifying devouring force erupted. The 7 men of sacrifice could not control their bodies at all and were devoured by Lu Ming. Their blood essence, true vitality, and even intent runes were all devoured by Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 7 dried corpses. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Directly devouring people into mummies, this scene was too evil. What an overbearing demonic technique! A paragon from the Heavenly Corpse sect cried out in shock. The cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Corpse sect were all evil and powerful. Some of them could also turn people into mummies, but the speed was not as fast as this. It was too overbearing. Evil and crooked path must be cut off. Di Feng's voice was ice cold, filled with killing intent. Buzz! The sound of a sword clashing rang out as Di Feng stepped out. A terrifying sword might burst forth, and a golden sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. With 4 concepts surrounding him, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and collided with the golden sword radiance. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the golden sword radiance dissipated. Lu Ming, you're quite capable, but you're still too inexperienced to fight me. Di Feng let out a long howl as a golden combat sword appeared above his head. A golden dragon was coiled around the hilt of the sword, giving off a mighty aura and endless sword light. 4 golden chakras were floating around the combat sword. Divine level 4th rank bloodline. The Emperor's sword is a bloodline unique to the Di family. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was said that the direct bloodline of the Di family, headed by Martial Emperor Di, had been passed down through the bloodline of the Emperor's sword. Of course, the same bloodline had different levels. Some were level 1 deities, while others were level 2 deities. The power was also completely different. I'll kill you today. Di Feng's cold voice rang out. His body transformed into a ray of light, merging into the Emperor's sword. Instantly, the sword chi soared into the sky, and the sword power was vast and mighty. The Emperor's sword moved and the wind and clouds were split in half. The terrifying combat sword slashed down at Lu Ming's head, intending to split him in half. Di Feng was indeed very strong. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and the cultivation technique he cultivated was undoubtedly a divine level cultivation technique. With the addition of the 4th level divine bloodline Emperor's sword, the power he could unleash was extremely terrifying. He could definitely fight with an expert of the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. However, Lu Ming's current combat strength was more than just at the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. Boom! Lu Ming immediately burst out with dragon energy, and scales appeared. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch at the combat sword. Clang! A melodious voice was heard. The Emperor's sword trembled continuously and was actually sent flying. The others were shocked. Di Feng, ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was actually sent flying by a single punch from Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so terrifying? Could it be that he had already surpassed Di Feng? Kill! Lu Ming strode forward, clenched his fist, and punched the Emperor's sword again. World-slaying sword. Di Feng's furious roar came from the Emperor's sword. The sword power was vast and the killing intent was sharp as it charged towards Lu Ming. Clang! The sword and the fist collided, and the Emperor's sword trembled even more violently. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming swung his fist and attacked again. The Emperor's sword trembled continuously and the sword power that was spreading from the sword was weakening. Bang! In the end, the Emperor's sword exploded, revealing Di Feng's figure. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed him in all aspects. How was this possible? He found it hard to accept. Back at the Nine Dragons exchange meet, although Lu Ming was strong, Di Feng was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. During this period of time, his cultivation level had increased again. However, he was not Lu Ming's match and was defeated. Why was Lu Ming's improvement speed so terrifying? So what if your cultivation is stronger than mine? Can't even withstand a single blow. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode forward, charging towards Di Feng. Buzz! Di Feng did not hesitate, turning into a beam of light as he flew towards the other side. Although there were many people at the entrance of the canyon, Di Feng was clear that none of them could stop Lu Ming. If they stayed, they would definitely be killed by Lu Ming. You want to leave? Have you asked me? Lu Ming stepped out, his body like a stream of light, chasing after Di Feng. Di Feng was terrified. He took out a 7th-level spiritual weapon, but it was broken into two by Lu Ming's punch. Boom! Lu Ming's punch was so powerful that it pierced through the void, causing Di Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Di Feng was even more shocked and desperately tried to escape. At this moment, a purple light was approaching them at an extreme speed. Wang Yan. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. That figure was Wang Yan. Wang Yan, save me. Seeing Wang Yan, Di Feng was overjoyed and rushed towards Wang Yan with all his might. Lu Ming, you're not dead. Wang Yan was shocked to see Lu Ming. Previously, when they were crossing the abyss, he had given Lu Ming a fatal blow and even ordered the Death Warrior to snipe Lu Ming. Under that situation, the round platform had already collapsed. He concluded that Lu Ming had fallen into the abyss and died. He was naturally shocked to see Lu Ming. Whoosh! Like a purple flame, Wang Yan crossed the void and appeared in front of Di Feng. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. Alright, since that's the case, let me finish you off myself. On Wang Yan's body, purple flames danced. With Wang Yan as the center, it directly formed a black hole. Over there, other than him, it seemed as if everyone else's physical matter had been burned to ashes. I've said it before. I'll definitely kill you. Now that I've run into you, it's just right. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he pounced towards Wang Yan. Compared to Di Feng, he wanted to kill Wang Yan more. A fist covered in scales flew towards Wang Yan. At the same time, Wang Yan also stepped forward and threw a punch. Chapter 904 Battling Wang Yan. The two fists collided, and the space kept shaking. Wang Yan's body trembled as he retreated 3 steps back. As for Lu Ming, he took 2 steps back. However, his arm was covered in a layer of purple flames. The terrifying flames were terrifyingly hot, as if they were going to burn Lu Ming's arm to ashes. Even with the protection of the scale armor, Lu Ming felt a piercing pain. The true war dragon technique circulated, and the 4 wills burst forth and condensed on his arm. A sizzling sound immediately came from his arm, and the flame was extinguished. What a terrifying flame! Die! You're courting death! Wang Yan roared as the flames on his body grew even more terrifying. He seemed to have turned into a man of fire, and even his hair was covered in flames. A dragon's roar was heard as Lu Ming released 2 more bursts of dragon energy. Wang Yan was very strong. His cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit ocean realm, and he was half a step into the spirit embryo realm. His intent had also reached level 3. At the same time, his bloodline was at the 5th level of the divine level, and the bloodline martial techniques he comprehended from his bloodline were also high-grade demigod martial techniques. It could be said that he was not much weaker than Lu Ming in terms of intent and martial arts techniques. His cultivation base had also increased by a large margin. Lu Ming's greatest advantage was his rich essential core and dragon power. With 3 bursts of dragon energy, Lu Ming was extremely powerful and his strength seemed to be endless. Boom! Boom! As he and Wang Yan clashed, a terrifying storm of energy swept out in all directions. For a time, it was difficult to determine the winner of the battle between the two. In the distance, Di Feng was extremely shocked. When Lu Ming was fighting him earlier, he clearly did not use his full strength. Yet, Lu Ming was actually able to fight Wang Yan. Wang Yan was ranked 98th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although he was only a few ranks higher than Di Feng, their strength was on a completely different level. Wang Yan was several times stronger than Di Feng and could easily kill him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Wang Yan's heart was filled with shock. Each of Lu Ming's punches seemed to contain infinite power, causing his body to tremble and his qi and blood to churn. If it was not for the fact that his flames were extremely terrifying, causing Lu Ming to be wary and need to use a portion of his power to resist his flames, he might not have been able to defeat him. Who? Above Wang Yan's head, a ball of purple flame appeared. It was similar to Wang Haoxian's purple heavenly fire, but it was much more terrifying than Wang Haoxian's. 5 dazzling golden chakras flickered as Wang Yan used the bloodline fusion. The purple flames transformed into a purple flaming divine eagle that pounced at Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded and the bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. Lu Ming's body moved and merged with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Suddenly, he turned into 9 dragons. With a long roar, he pounced on the purple divine eagle. With a roar, the devouring power burst out and enveloped the purple godly eagle. The huge dragon claw grabbed at the purple godly eagle. The purple godly eagle flapped its wings, and endless flames burst out. At the same time, it reached out its claws to grab the 9 dragons. Instantly, a dragon and an eagle began a great battle in the sky. In the distance, Di Feng was shocked beyond words. How is that possible? Di Feng roared. Back in the Battle of 9 Dragons, Lu Ming had activated the 9 Dragon bloodline. At that time, the 9 Dragon bloodline was still in the form of a 5-clawed true dragon. Di Feng had seen it from afar. At that time, he was extremely shocked because he had seen Lu Ming use the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Lu Ming actually had 2 divine-level bloodlines. Later on, he even saw with his own eyes that Lu Ming's true dragon form bloodline had self-destructed its chakra. But now, not only had his bloodline, which had self-destructed his chakra, recovered, but it had also reached divine level 4 and transformed into the legendary form of the 9 dragons. All of this had broken his understanding. Could it be that the martial emperor patriarch wants this kind of bloodline? Di Feng's heart jumped. Lu Ming had once shouted in 9 Dragons that martial emperor De only wanted his bloodline. Could it be this kind of bloodline? Di Feng's heart was in turmoil. The battle between Lu Ming and Wang Yan was still difficult to determine. Now that Lu Ming and martial emperor De were in the open, there was no need to hide the 9 Dragon bloodline. He would use it when he needed to. Hee, it's really lively. At this moment, a cold voice came from the distance. A young man with an ancient coffin on his back walked over. They were the experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Corpse puppet. Di Feng's eyes narrowed. The corpse puppet was ranked 96th on the list of top 1,000 talents, 2 ranks higher than Wang Yan. Corpse puppet, you've come at the right time. Let's work together and kill this person. Wang Yan's voice came from the purple godly hawk. Wang Yan, join forces with you. Why? Why should I join hands with you? The corpse puppet sneered and stood at the side, watching with its arms crossed. Boom! The 9 dragons and the godly eagle clashed and retreated. They didn't continue fighting and looked at the corpse puppet with fear. The corpse puppet clearly wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, taking advantage of the situation. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming and Wang Yan transformed back into their human forms and stood in 3 directions with the corpse puppet. Hee hee, why did you guys stop? The corpse puppet licked its lips, its eyes extremely cold. Lu Ming looked at the corpse puppet, his eyes frowning. He could sense a dangerous aura from the corpse puppet. This person might be even more terrifying than Wang Yan. He thought of Demonic Corpse, who was ranked 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. They both carried an ancient coffin on their backs, and perhaps they practiced the same technique. Corpse puppet, do you want both of us to be injured and then be killed by you one by one? Wang Yan snorted coldly. He was also extremely afraid of corpse puppets. As such, the 3 parties were all wary and no one made a move. Corpse puppet, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect have always had a grudge. Why don't you and I join forces to kill Wang Yan? What do you think? Lu Ming suddenly spoke. The corpse puppet's eyes flickered, and when it looked at Wang Yan, its gaze became even colder. Clearly, it was moved. Wang Yan was shocked. He could not even take down Lu Ming alone. If the corpse puppet was added, he would definitely be in danger. Corpse puppet, Martial Emperor De wants Lu Ming. If you work with him, I'm afraid he'll think you're accomplices. Wang Yan hurriedly said. The corpse puppet's eyes immediately revealed a trace of fear. Although the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were enemies, and the Heavenly Corpse sect's Corpse Emperor would naturally deal with Martial Emperor De, if he was really targeted by Martial Emperor De, even the Corpse Emperor would not be able to protect him. Ha, why would I join hands with him? You must be joking. The corpse puppet laughed and said, how about this? The Demon Tree Canyon is just ahead. How about this? We'll enter the canyon first. If there are treasures inside, we'll fight for them with our own abilities. How about that? All right. Lu Ming nodded. It was not a good idea to continue the stalemate. If 1 or 2 more top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents came, it might be disadvantageous to Lu Ming. As for Wang Yan, it would not be too late to kill him later. I have no objections either. Wang Yan said. After that, the 3 of them and Di Feng returned to the canyon. However, the 3 of them kept a distance from each other, guarding against each other. What dangers are there in this valley? Why don't you guys go in? Wang Yan asked. Chapter 905 Nature Fruit. This canyon is full of hidden dangers. A few of us have already died in there. Di Feng secretly glanced at Lu Ming with a flash of killing intent. He then answered Wang Yan's question. Hidden killing intent? Then send more people to test the waters. You guys go. Wang Yan pointed at a few men of sacrifice who were carrying long swords on their backs. These men of sacrifice were not afraid of death at all. They were expressionless when they heard this. 2 of them stepped forward and rushed into the canyon. The canyon was surrounded by clouds and mist. From a distance, it was a blur. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, something shot out from both sides of the canyon, fast as lightning. Sword light flashed as the 2 men of sacrifice pulled out their swords and slashed out sword lights. To be honest, these death warriors had pretty good combat strength. They reached the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm and instantly shattered those things. it looks like a tree root. Wang Yan's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's expression changed. The things that rushed out from the two sides of the canyon did look like tree roots. Whoosh! As the two Dare to Die fighters pushed forward, more and more powerful attacks rushed out from both sides. Gradually, the two Dare to Die fighters couldn't resist them anymore and were finally entangled by the endless tree root-like things. Those things that look like tree roots should be plant-type creatures. Let the Earth Death Warriors block them while we charge in. Wang Yan said. Di Feng nodded. With a wave of his hand, a few men of sacrifice carrying large hammers rushed in. Tentacle-like things also reached out. The Death Warrior picked up the hammer and smashed it on the ground. Boom! A row of stone walls appeared on the ground, blocking the attack of the tentacles. Charge! At this moment, Wang Yan, Di Feng, Shi Xiao, and the others all rushed in. It's a Death Warrior who has cultivated the Earth Essence realm. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. These men of sacrifice with big hammers on their backs were all men of sacrifice who had cultivated the will of the earth. This made Lu Ming very tempted. If he devoured their will runes, his will of the earth would definitely be able to reach a higher level. By then, his cultivation would be able to improve further. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed in. Whoosh! Whoosh! The walls on both sides of the canyon seemed to have come alive. Tentacle-like things kept extending from inside. They were tough and sharp, and they kept piercing through and winding around them. The Earth Death Warriors controlled the earth and blocked it with stone walls. With a wave of his hand, an endless amount of sword chi poured out, cutting off the tentacles one by one. As for Wang Yan, with a wave of his hand, terrifying flames spread out, turning those tentacles into ashes. As for the corpse puppet, it was more unique. It was as if it was not afraid of death. It charged forward and waved its hand. Those tentacles that came into contact with it were directly broken by it. This body, no, it's like a refined corpse. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He felt that the corpse puppet's body did not seem like a human body. Instead, it was like a refined corpse. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! A few tentacles tried to wrap around Lu Ming but were broken by him with a wave of his hand. Bright red liquid flowed out of the tentacle. It really looks like a tree root. Lu Ming realized that these tentacles were similar to tree roots but they seemed to be alive. The deeper they went, the more roots there were. However, with everyone working together, including experts like Wang Yan, Corpse Puppet, and Lu Ming, they naturally had nothing to fear and continued to advance. All of a sudden, the roots on both sides retracted. They had reached the end of the canyon. Roar! Roar! In front of them, a few huge figures blocked their way. They were a few huge demonic beasts. No, they should be fierce beasts. In fact, there was no difference between demonic beasts and fierce beasts. However, after demonic beasts had more contact with humans, they would understand the human language and could take human form. On the other hand, ferocious beasts were more primitive beasts. They were fiercer and disdained to transform into human form. They had always maintained their beast appearance. 3 of them appeared before him. They were ferocious beasts, and they exuded a powerful aura. The first tier of the 7th level was equivalent to the aura of the first level of the spirit embryo realm. 3 Class 1 Level 7 Fierce Beasts. How about we take one each? The corpse puppet looked at Wang Yan and Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. This is only fair. Wang Yan laughed coldly, as he secretly transmitted a message to Di Feng, when we make our move, you guys take the opportunity to rush in. There's most likely a treasure in this canyon. All right. Di Feng secretly replied. Kill. Suddenly, the corpse puppet and Lu Ming charged forward at the same time. The 3 beasts roared and charged at them. Wang Yan made his move as well, each of them taking on one. Lu Ming's opponent was a rat-like ferocious beast. It was pitch black and extremely fast. Its teeth, claws, and tail were all extremely powerful weapons. Whoosh! Whoosh! The rat's tail twitched like a soft whip, cutting through the space and making a sharp whistling sound. Lu Ming stepped forward and swung his fist, bombarding it with an overbearing force. Bang! His fist landed on the rat's tail and it almost exploded. The beast was in pain and let out a sharp cry. It clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw another punch. At this moment, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet were also engaged in battle with the other two beasts. Charge! Di Feng seized the opportunity and rushed in with his men. The other heaven's favorites from the Sky Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley also rushed in. Boom! Lu Ming's punch landed heavily on the rat's claws. A violent force erupted wildly. The rat shrieked and was sent flying. Whoosh! Lu Ming caught up with him. A long spear appeared in his hand and he struck out. With a plop, it pierced through the rat's mouth and killed it. A first-grade 7th level beast was killed by Lu Ming with ease. Almost at the same time, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet also ended their battle and killed the demonic beasts. Although they hadn't entered the spirit embryo realm, their battle prowess was so strong that they could almost easily kill a first-level spirit embryo realm. Even if they faced an ordinary second-level spirit embryo realm, they wouldn't lose and might even win. Ah! Ah! At this moment, a few screams came from the valley. Wang Yan's expression changed as he rushed in. Lu Ming sneered and rushed in. Inside the canyon was a huge plot of land. It was very wide, and in front of it was a towering tree. It was very eye-catching. As for Di Feng and the others, they were surrounded by a few beasts. There were already a few corpses on the ground. There were 6 demonic beasts in total, and each of them had reached Class 1 Level 7. However, Lu Ming, Wang Yan, and the corpse puppet's attention was drawn to the large tree. On the tree, there were 10 bright red fruits that exuded a mysterious aura. 1,000 elephant fruit. That's 1,000 elephant fruit. Wang Yan shouted, his eyes filled with greed. Lu Ming was also greatly shocked. It was actually 1,000 elephant fruit. It was a magical fruit that could transform the will of nature into anything. If a warrior swallowed it, the fruit would transform into the will of nature that he or she wanted to understand. It could make the warrior's will of heaven and earth improve by leaps and bounds, and even break through the bottleneck. The giant ape of the demon clan. If the essence realm of heaven and earth was at the completion of level 2, there was a high chance that it could break through to level 3 after swallowing the all-creation fruit. Swallowing it after level 3 could also allow one's intent to have great progress. Such a rare treasure was almost impossible to find in the outside world. He didn't expect to encounter it here. I must get it. Lu Ming roared in his heart. The nature manifestation fruit was too important to him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared into the sky and pounced toward the nature manifestation fruit. At the same time, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet also soared into the sky. Get lost. The 1,000 elephant fruit is mine. Wang Yan roared. With his flames boiling, he threw 2 consecutive punches at Lu Ming and the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet also launched 2 attacks at Lu Ming and Wang Yan. They both wanted to stop each other and get the nature manifestation fruit for themselves. You're the ones who should get lost. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw 2 punches at Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. The 3 of them retreated at the same time. In the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and 2 huge puppets appeared. They charged at Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. The 2 puppets emitted a powerful aura. The 2 puppets were both at Class 1 Level 7. Lu Ming had bought it from the Talisman Amulet Sex Treasure Pavilion before the Battle of Providence. It was meant to be used at a critical moment. With his current mental strength, he had more than enough to control a first-grade 7th level puppet. Damn it, it's a puppet. You're an inscriber. Wang Yan was shocked and furious. He launched a violent attack at the puppet. The corpse puppet was in a similar situation. Its palm was like a blade as it slashed at the puppet. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he appeared on the big tree. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 10,000 elephant fruits. Don't even think about it. Corpse puppet, let's join forces and kill Lu Ming. Wang Yan let out a long howl, his killing intent surging like the tide. Alright, let's join forces. The killing intent in the corpse puppet's eyes was also extremely cold. The nature manifestation fruit. Lu Ming actually wanted to keep the nature manifestation fruit for himself. How was that possible? Bang! Bang! The two puppets of the first class of the 7th rank were unable to hold Wang Yan and the corpse puppet back for long. Under the violent attacks of the two, their bodies were deformed and they lost their ability to fight. However, this was enough. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed out of the canyon. Lu Ming was about to rush out. Stay here. At this moment, a huge figure rushed in from outside the canyon. He let out a furious roar and a huge black fist was aimed at Lu Ming. The fist was the size of a water tank. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying pressure brought about by the fist made it difficult for Lu Ming to breathe. This was very sudden. Lu Ming wanted to avoid it but it was too late. Without thinking, Lu Ming threw a punch. Lu Ming used all his strength in this punch, erupting the strongest power of the prison-suppressing heaven art. He did not care about the huge consumption of his essential core because this punch put him in serious danger. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with the huge jet-black fist. In an instant, Lu Ming felt an unimaginably huge force surging towards him. His body was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the big tree. Bang! The big tree exploded, and pieces of wood flew everywhere. A burly figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a giant ape that was 10 meters tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and it shone with a metallic luster. This was a genius of the Sky Demon Valley. He had the bloodline of the ancient giant ape and was extremely powerful. He had definitely reached level 7. It wasn't even at the first grade of the 7th level, but above it. Hand over the 1,000 elephant fruit. The giant ape roared in anger and charged at Lu Ming with its huge palm. Bang! Pieces of wood flew everywhere as Lu Ming soared into the sky. At the same time, he waved his hand and a huge puppet appeared in front of the giant ape. Bang! The giant ape's palm smashed the first-grade 7th-level puppet into pieces. However, this block gave Lu Ming a chance to catch his breath. With the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming dashed out of the canyon. Stay here. Wang Yan and the corpse puppet attacked at the same time, blocking Lu Ming and unleashing their strongest attack. The giant ape charged from behind. Lu Ming's expression changed. He made a sharp turn halfway and changed his direction, charging toward the 5 to 6 beasts. The 5 or 6 beasts were chasing after Di Feng and the others. At this moment, Di Feng was in a very miserable state. Those who had come in had already been killed by the 5 or 6 demonic beasts. Only Di Feng and 1 or 2 other Heaven's Pride experts were still running for their lives. Di Feng was shocked when he saw Lu Ming charging at him. He instinctively slashed out with his sword. Bang! Lu Ming threw out a punch, easily destroying Di Feng's sword gleam and landing a punch on his chest. Di Feng screamed as his body was sent flying. He was caught by one of the pursuing beasts and was torn in half. The pitiful Di Feng, the 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, had died in the claws of a beast. After the beast tore Di Feng apart, it went berserk and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure changed and he dodged the beast's pounce. The giant ape caught up from behind and punched out with its huge fist, killing all the beasts. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and his body flashed continuously. At the same time, he secretly released devouring power and devoured the blood essence energy of the corpses on the ground. At this moment, Lu Ming led the giant ape in a circle around the plot of land before he dashed toward the entrance of the canyon. However, at the entrance of the canyon, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet blocked it with cold expressions. Lu Ming, hand over the nature manifestation fruit and I'll let you go. You're taking it all for yourself. Don't you think you're too greedy? Wang Yan sneered. That's right. Let's split the nature manifestation fruit evenly. If we join forces, we might be able to fight this giant ape. The corpse puppet also spoke. You all have to die. The giant ape's furious roar was extremely violent. Is that so? Lu Ming charged straight at Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. Don't even think about breaking out. Wang Yan and the corpse puppet joined forces and attacked. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. The ground in the canyon was suddenly filled with multicolored light as formations emerged one after another. Although Lu Ming was running just now, he did not run around randomly. With every step he took, he secretly laid an inscription on the ground. The formation he had set up was naturally extraordinary. It was a level 7 formation. Endless sword light rose and attacked the giant ape from all directions. The giant ape waved its iron fist and scattered the sword chi one by one. However, more sword chi shot toward the giant ape and it was blocked. A formation? When did you set up the formation? Wang Yan and the corpse puppet were both extremely shocked. They did not realize that Lu Ming had set up an array without them knowing. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward and a formation appeared on the ground. A terrifying sword radiance enveloped Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. Their expressions changed drastically. They could sense a terrifying aura from the sword light, an aura that could kill them. They had already made their move. It was too late to retreat now. Die! Wang Yan roared as his extreme purple heavenly fire bloodline appeared instantly. Just as the sword light was about to reach him, he transformed into flames. At this moment, the sword light descended and crushed the flames into pieces. Peak 9th level Spiritual Ocean Realm. However, after flying for some distance, these shattered flames actually condensed back together, once again transforming into Wang Yan's appearance. However, his face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. His body was covered with over a dozen sword wounds, blood flowing out of them. It was a terrible sight. Let's go. Wang Yan did not dare to stay any longer. He turned into a streak of fire and rushed out of the canyon in a sorry state. Compared to Wang Yan, the corpse puppet was in an even worse state. Although it had used all its means, one of its arms had still been cut off. It screeched as it escaped from the canyon. Boom! Boom! In the canyon, the giant ape continued to clash with the formation. This giant ape's strength was truly astonishing. It was incomparably powerful, and with every punch, a large amount of sword chi was shattered. Even if a few sword chi occasionally struck the giant ape, they could only leave shallow marks on its surface. This giant ape has at least 50% of the ancient giant ape's bloodline. Its body is extremely strong. This formation won't be able to hold it back for long. I'd better leave first. With a flash of thought, Lu Ming stepped into the void, his body like a stream of light, leaving the place. As expected, not long after Lu Ming left, the formation collapsed with a loud bang. The giant ape rushed out and let out an angry roar. Then, it turned into a burly young man with killing intent in his eyes. He growled, "Lu Ming, I'll kill you." With that, he strode out of the canyon. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and was extremely fast. After leaving the canyon, he chose a random direction and went forward. Not long after, he had traveled more than 100,000 miles and found a hidden mountain forest. He flew down and set up an array in the surroundings. Lu Ming began to refine the energy. Previously, Lu Ming had devoured the blood essence and energy of the paragons, men of sacrifice, and even the demonic beasts who had died in the canyon. He circulated the bloodline of the 9 dragons and continued to refine it. I have the most earth and wind concepts. The other concepts are useless to me. Lu Ming had an idea. He directly removed the useless concepts and made the earth and wind concepts his own. Most of the earth and wind concepts came from the death warriors. Those men of sacrifice with big hammers cultivated the earth mentality, and those with long swords mostly cultivated the wind mentality. Lu Ming's earth and wind concepts were rapidly improving. Soon, his wind concept reached its limit, and he was only one step away from level 3. As for the earth concept, it had also reached the peak of level 2 upper tier. As his intent realm improved, the true essence and other energies were also being refined and transformed into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation started to increase. Not long after, the aura on his body grew and he broke through to the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm in one go. Furthermore, it continued to increase all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm before it stopped. It had been upgraded by one level in one go. There are impurities in my true yuan and distracting thoughts in my intent realm. Suddenly, Lu Ming frowned. He could feel that his true yuan and intent weren't pure. There were some obstacles when he tried to use them. Although the obstacles were weak, if this continued, it would be a big problem. I know. Other people's Jin yuan and blood all have their own characteristics. I refined them, but there are still some of them left. It's even more so for the will. Every will that I comprehend has a distinct will. After I refined them, there are still some of them left. This is very normal. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and discovered the problem. He thought of his early days, when he often relied on devouring blood essence to improve his cultivation. Similarly, this would cause his cultivation foundation to be unstable and he would need time to consolidate it. Later on, he used all his blood essence to improve his bloodline and relied on devouring spiritual crystals and raw stones to improve his cultivation. He no longer had to worry about this. Spiritual crystals and raw gemstones were all natural and extremely pure. It seems like I'll have to stop wasting time to cultivate every time I advance to the next realm. I'll have to purify my true yuan and intent realm to stabilize my foundation. Lu Ming pondered. Of course, Lu Ming would not abandon the heaven-defying function of the 9 dragons bloodline just because of this small flaw. At most, he would just spend more time to stabilize it. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to condense his essential core and polish his artistic conception. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming's essential core and concept had become pure and condensed again. The wind concept seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough. The concept was pure. Lu Ming could feel that the wind concept seemed to have touched a wonderful realm. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. Time passed day by day. In a canyon tens of thousands of miles away from Lu Ming, a shocking flame suddenly soared into the sky and a figure appeared in the flame. This figure was Wang Yan. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through to the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming, the next time I see you will be the day of your death. Wang Yan laughed out loud, his aura extremely terrifying. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. After being injured by Lu Ming previously, not only had he fully recovered after more than 10 days, but he had also broken through to the spirit embryo realm in one fell swoop, causing his strength to skyrocket. That Lu Ming will definitely go to some strange places nearby to look for opportunities. This place is the closest to the Double Moon Mountain. I'll go to the Double Moon Mountain and stop him halfway. With that, Wang Yan's figure flickered and he disappeared without a trace. In a dark cave, corpse chi suddenly filled the air. The corpse puppet, carrying an ancient coffin, stepped out of the cave. Previously, Lu Ming had used an array formation to cut off his arm. However, the shocking thing was that the corpse puppet's arm was now intact, as if it had grown back. Furthermore, the aura on its body was extremely powerful. It was also the aura of the spirit embryo realm. That Lu Ming will definitely go to some secret places to seek opportunities. This place is the closest to the Divine Bird Cliff. I'll go to the Divine Bird Cliff to stop him. After saying that, the corpse puppet stepped out and disappeared into the sky. At an unknown distance away from Lu Ming, there was a magnificent city. the city was filled with three-eyed gods. And NBSP, within a massive palace, a few three-eyed gods were currently discussing some matters. These three-eyed gods were all tall and sturdy, and their auras were powerful. It's been another 20 years, and another group of young people has come from the outside world to hunt down my clan. Damn it, they really think of my clan as a trial. And NBSP, die. A furious roar came from one of the three-eyed god race members. Below, many of the three-eyed gods were trembling in fear, not daring to say a word. According to the ancient records, in the outside world, our tribe is unrivaled, and the human tribe is nothing more than our tribe's food. However, our ancestors were captured and brought here, and they made our tribe into the training targets of the human youths. This is absolutely not allowed. I will kill them all, not leaving a single one alive. Pass down my order, all the regions should organize an army to capture and kill those human youths. Once they are found, kill them without mercy. The three-eyed god above ordered. Yes. And NBSP, yes, Your Majesty. The other three-eyed god race members also began to follow his orders. Naturally, Lu Ming was unaware of all these. He was still cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for 20 days. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on his face. The concept of wind had successfully broken through to the third level. This was Lu Ming's first step towards the spirit embryo realm. It's been 20 days. The next step is to continue searching for those strange places and opportunities to obtain more fate value. Lu Ming thought. Paragons everywhere. With a thought, the Book of Destiny appeared. Lu Ming's current luck value had become 2,500 points. This should be the increase from the 10,000 elephant fruits he seized last time. It had increased by more than 2,000 points. From this, it could be seen how amazing the amount of fate value one could obtain by searching for strange places and seizing opportunities. With a single thought, the Book of Destiny disappeared. Lu Ming took out the map that he had obtained from the three-eyed god and studied it. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, only the Double Moon Mountain and the Divine Bird Cliff are strange. It's very likely that there are treasures or opportunities inside. Lu Ming looked at the map for a while and kept it. Let's go to the Divine Bird Cliff and take a look first. Lu Ming randomly chose a place and flew towards the Divine Bird Cliff according to the marks on the map. The journey of tens of thousands of miles was soon completed. In front of them was a huge cliff that reached into the clouds. They could see it from far away. It was the Divine Bird Cliff. Lu Ming was about to fly over when two powerful auras burst out from the Divine Bird Cliff. Boom! With a loud boom, a figure rushed into the sky, his corpse chi billowing. Corpse puppet, he has broken through to the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's expression changed. He immediately restrained his aura and landed in the forest below to watch from a distance. At this moment, the corpse puppet's face carried a trace of fear and appeared to be in a sorry state. Corpse puppet, die. A domineering voice was heard, and demonic chi soared into the sky. A young man in a black robe appeared and blocked in front of the corpse puppet. This youth's eyes were cold and his demonic chi was monstrous. His aura was much stronger than a corpse puppet that had reached the spirit embryo realm. Luoli, don't you go too far. The corpse puppet roared. Luoli, little demon lord Luoli. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he looked solemn. There were two supreme geniuses among the imperial guards of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and they were blood brothers. Demon Lord Luo Tian, Little Demon Lord Luoli, and Demon Lord Luo Tian. Their talents were monstrous and extremely terrifying. They were ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. As for the Little Demon Lord, Luoli, he was not as talented, but he was still very terrifying. He was ranked 61st on the list of top 1,000 talents. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Weaklings can only say such words. So what if I'm bullying you? Today, you will die. The luck value on your body belongs to me. Ha 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 ha. Luoli laughed as the black mist around him churned. His demonic might was extremely powerful. He took a step forward, and his demonic might completely enveloped the corpse puppet, turning it into a demonic territory. Charge! The corpse puppet didn't dare to fight back. Its corpse chi burst out and formed a sword light, trying to break through the demonic power and escape. Die! Die! Luoli shouted coldly as a black light burst out. The stunning blade light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. It was unparalleled and unstoppable. The corpse puppet couldn't even block a single blade. Its head was chopped off, and its corpse fell to the ground. However, the ancient coffin on the corpse puppet's back trembled and flew into the distance at an extreme speed. The human corpse transformation technique is useless in front of me. A cold voice came out of Luoli's mouth. A blade light cut through the void and struck the ancient coffin. The ancient coffin exploded, and a skinny figure emerged from it. He was panicking and fleeing for his life. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was the true body of the corpse puppet. The one before was just his refined corpse. However, the refined corpse was actually no different from a human. It could open its mouth and communicate with people, which was really amazing. A saber light slashed at the corpse puppet again. No! The corpse puppet roared, and in the next moment, it was directly cut in half by the saber light. The corpse puppet, ranked 96th on the list of top 1,000 talents, had been killed just like that. It was clear how brutal the battle of destiny was. This was only the beginning, and it would only get more brutal as time went on. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it the burial ground of the top talents. After Luoli killed the corpse puppet, he waved his hand and kept the storage ring. Then, he looked in Lu Ming's direction with his demonic eyes. Lu Ming's expression changed. Could it be that he was discovered by Luoli despite being so far away? However, Aroli only took a glance and sneered. He then shifted his gaze and descended toward the Divine Bird Cliff. It seems like we can't go to the Divine Bird Cliff. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Ro Li's cultivation base was too strong. Compared to him, he was far behind, so he could only avoid him. He turned around quietly and headed in the direction of the Double Moon Mountain. Not long after, they were only a few thousand miles away from the Double Moon Mountain. Lu Ming concealed his aura and slowly approached. Who knew if there were any powerful geniuses on the Double Moon Mountain? Lu Ming had to be more careful. Boom! All of a sudden, a purple flame shot up into the sky from below and blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He took a step back and retreated rapidly, avoiding the attack. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Wang Yan. Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that the aura on Wang Yan's body was extremely terrifying. It was not the aura of the spiritual ocean tier, but the spirit embryo tier. Wang Yan had also broken through to the spirit embryo realm. For a genius like Wang Yan to break through from the spiritual ocean tier to the spirit embryo tier, it was definitely not just a little bit of improvement. His battle prowess would skyrocket. Lu Ming, let's see how you die this time. Wang Yan's eyes were as cold as ice. Previously, he was severely injured by Lu Ming and almost died. He hated Lu Ming to the core. A mere piece of trash dared to seriously injure him. This was simply unforgivable. The flames on his body were several times more terrifying than they were 20 days ago. The temperature was so high that even the space began to distort. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could feel a sharp pain in his body, as if his entire body was on fire. Whoosh! In a flash, Wang Yan crossed the void and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He threw a punch at Lu Ming. A dragon's roar resounded. Lu Ming did not hold back at all and instantly exploded with all his dragon energy. 4 streams of dragon energy exploded. The vital essence in his body roared and 4 types of concepts swirled around. He activated the prison suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Boom! A beam of fire soared into the sky and Lu Ming's body was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he felt a sharp pain on his arm. The dragon's scales were cracked by the flames and the surface of his arm was charred black. The fragrance of roasted meat wafted out. Too powerful. Wang Yan's battle prowess had increased by too much after breaking through to the spirit embryo realm. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm during this period of time, he was still far from being Wang Yan's match. His breakthrough was only a small breakthrough, while Wang Yan's was a huge breakthrough. It was incomparable. If Lu Ming had not broken through, he would not have been able to withstand a single punch and would have been seriously injured. I'm not his match right now. Let's go. Lu Ming turned around and cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. It's not that easy to escape. You must die today. Die. Wang Yan roared and turned into a flash of fire, chasing after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. However, in terms of speed, Lu Ming was still faster. The distance between the two of them was slowly widening. Damn it! Wang Yan roared. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. In front of him, an extremely sharp ray of light pierced through the air and flew toward Lu Ming. Trapped. It was a young man in black. His entire body was like a peerless divine weapon. Jiang Taichong. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. Jiang Taichong's rank on the list of top 1,000 talents was higher than Wang Yan's. He was ranked 92nd, and his combat strength was even more terrifying. Lu Ming had never expected to meet Jiang Taichong here. It could not be such a coincidence. It was highly possible that Jiang Taichong had met Wang Yan a long time ago and was lying in ambush in the nearby area, waiting for Lu Ming. Ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to run. Wang Yan laughed excitedly. Lu Ming, die. Jiang Taichong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He swung his arm in the air, and a terrifying sword light came slashing at Lu Ming. With Jiang Taichong at the front and Wang Yan at the back, Lu Ming was in a desperate situation. With a wave of his hand, a puppet of the 1st grade of the 7th level pounced forward and was directly cut in half by Jiang Taichong's sword light. Jiang Taichong's combat strength was stronger than Wang Yan's. I can only risk it all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged and Lu Ming used the bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons, which charged madly at Wang Yan. Roar! The 9 dragons roared as a terrifying devouring power erupted and enveloped Wang Yan. At the same time, 9 dragon claws stepped out in succession. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Transforming into the 9 dragons and using the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was the purest form of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, and its power could be maximized. With 6 consecutive steps, a terrifying force was blasted towards Wang Yan. You want to break through from my side? Laughable. Die. Wang Yan's entire body was ablaze with flames as he sent out a terrifying flaming fist radiance. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out as the flaming fist radiance dispersed the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. However, the remaining power had already been reduced by a lot. When it landed on the bodies of the 9 dragons, their bodies trembled, but they did not care and continued to pounce towards Wang Yan. You're looking for death. Wang Yan threw another punch. However, Lu Ming did not care about this punch. His dragon claw stepped in the air and he took another 6 steps. A powerful force blasted towards Wang Yan. It was a fight where he would risk his life. Boom! The terrifying fist force hit the bodies of the 9 dragons. In an instant, the scales exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. A huge wound was blown on the bodies of the 9 dragons, and the hot flame force kept rushing into the wound. However, the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps also slammed down on Wang Yan. Wang Yan's expression changed as he was forced to retreat by the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Buzz! Buzz! The 9 claws of the 9 dragons stomped on the void. This time, it was extremely fast. The huge dragon body instantly turned into a stream of light, rushing past Wang Yan's head and flying towards the direction of Double Moon Mountain. Damn it! Chase! Wang Yan roared and chased after Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung did the same. One chasing and one escaping, the distance of thousands of miles was crossed in an instant. The Double Moon Mountain was right in front of them. There is indeed a powerful formation on the Double Moon Mountain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Double Moon Mountain was formed by 2 mountain peaks that intersected like 2 moons. At the intersection of the 2 mountain peaks, there was a huge stone door that seemed to be a cave. However, the area in front of the stone gate was filled with formations. Previously, he had heard the three-eyed god race mention the Double Moon Mountain briefly. The three-eyed god race did not know about formations, but from his words, Lu Ming could tell that there was a formation set up in front of the Double Moon Mountain. Therefore, Lu Ming rushed over. With the array, it was Lu Ming's chance. Buzz! Lu Ming transformed back into his human form and rushed towards the Double Moon Mountain. After he charged in, his figure constantly flickered, sometimes left and sometimes right, slowly moving forward. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung had arrived. After the 2 of them arrived, they stopped with unsightly expressions. They had arrived a few days ago and already knew that there was a formation here. This little bastard is proficient in the Tao of inscription. This formation can't stop him. Wang Yan's expression was extremely ugly. Watch me break it. Jiang Taichung strode forward, and a formation emerged on the ground at once. Saber lights that looked like crescent moons slashed toward Jiang Taichung. Jiang Taichung's palm kept slashing out. The sharp and terrifying sword light kept colliding with the crescent-shaped saber light. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of metal clashing rang out. After a while, Jiang Taichung returned with no success and retreated with an ugly expression. He could not rush in at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through the layers of inscription arrays and arrived at an open space in front. There was no formation in the innermost area. If you have the ability, then come in. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung with a cold smile. Damn it! Wang Yan bellowed. Unfortunately, there was a formation in the air, so they couldn't get in. Lu Ming sneered. He sat cross-legged and began to recuperate. Earlier on, he had transformed into the 9 dragons and received Wang Yan's punch head-on. However, he was still injured, and his injuries were rather serious. He needed to recuperate as soon as possible. Circulating his war dragon true vitality, Lu Ming began to heal his injured body. Outside, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung's faces were extremely gloomy. Lu Ming was actually recuperating in front of them. This almost made the 2 of them explode in anger. The array here has been around for many years and it's not very powerful. We just have to keep bombarding it and deplete the energy of the array. When the energy of the array is depleted, we can rush in and kill Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung took a deep breath to calm himself down and analyzed. Wang Yan's eyes lit up as he said happily, not bad, not bad. The formation here isn't particularly strong. We can definitely withstand it. As long as we keep bombarding it, we'll definitely be able to break it. Let's start. Jiang Taichung nodded. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them burst out with powerful auras and stepped forward at the same time, entering the area of the array. Immediately, a formation appeared, and countless crescent blade lights condensed and slashed toward the 2. The 2 launched their attacks, clashing with the crescent blade lights. Lu Ming opened his eyes and took a look outside. He then closed his eyes again and began to recuperate. He naturally understood Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan's plan. However, at this moment, he could only recuperate first before thinking about other things. After a day and a night, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. At this moment, Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan rested for a while before continuing to crack the formation. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the stone door that was located at the intersection of the two mountains. Damn it! Seeing this, Wang Yan roared in anger. It doesn't matter. We'll block him from the outside. Even if he gets the opportunity, he won't be able to escape from our hands in the end. Jiang Taichung was much calmer than Wang Yan as he spoke. Wang Yan also calmed down and continued to break the formation. Lu Ming walked to the stone door, stretched out his hands, pressed on the stone door, and gave it a hard push. It didn't move at all. The stone door didn't move at all. Lu Ming stepped back, then took a step forward and punched the stone door. Boom! It was as if the entire earth was shaking, but the stone door still did not move or be blown open. It's so hard. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Breaking through to become a level 7 alchemist. Just now, he had already used 100% of his Jin Yuan and used the prison suppressing heaven technique. However, his punch did not break the stone door. This stone door was frighteningly hard. The next moment, Lu Ming directly exploded his dragon power. Scales appeared on his body and his muscles bulged. He was filled with explosive power. Boom! A heavy punch landed on the stone door, causing it to shake violently. The two mountains beside the stone door also shook violently, but in the end, the stone door remained intact. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was like a ferocious beast in human form. He punched the stone door several times in a row, but he still could not break it open. It's too hard. With my cultivation level, there's still a gap. I can't break it. Lu Ming frowned. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. I'd better wait for my death outside. Seeing this, Wang Yan laughed arrogantly. Jiang Taichung also revealed a smile. Lu Ming frowned. He turned around and stopped attacking the stone door. Instead, he started to inscribe an array on the empty space. You want to inscribe a formation to protect yourself? Dream on. Wang Yan sneered. Since they had seen it, they would definitely be more careful in the future. They would not enter Lu Ming's array easily. Lu Ming spent 3 hours setting up a large array. He then stopped. Indeed, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung had both seen him inscribing a formation here. No matter how powerful the formation he had inscribed was, Wang Chong and Jiang Taishu would not be fooled into walking in. Therefore, the array that he had just carved was not a powerful killing array at all. Instead, it was an array that assisted in the cultivation of mental fire. The only way out now was strength. As long as he had enough strength, he would not need to fear Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung. Therefore, he could only break through on his own. However, Lu Ming's current martial arts cultivation was only at the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. There was still the perfected spiritual ocean realm above him. He would only be able to break through to the spirit embryo realm if he went further. It was almost impossible to break through in a short time. Lu Ming estimated that the array at Double Moon Mountain could only hold Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung back for 5 days at most. It was almost impossible to break through to the spirit embryo realm in 5 days. Now, only the Tao of inscription could make it possible. Initially, Lu Ming had already lit up 10 blue spirit lamps. He was only 1 step away from becoming a 7th level alchemist. As long as his inscription Tao reached level 7, Lu Ming's strength would increase greatly. By then, he would be able to contend or even kill Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung with his inscription Tao. Originally, it wasn't the time for a breakthrough yet. It wasn't perfect yet and needed to cultivate for a period of time before it could naturally break through. However, he could not care so much now. Lu Ming had to use some means and strive to break through within 5 days. He sat down cross-legged and took out a pill. Lu Ming had bought the Spirit Enrage pill from the Talisman Amulet Sex Treasure Pavilion. Consuming this pill would cause one's mental energy fire to go berserk. It could increase one's mental energy fire for a short period of time and, from there, achieve the effect of breaking through to the next realm. However, there was a risk here. If he failed to break through to the next realm, it might cause a few of his mental lamps to go out, and it would be very difficult to cultivate back later. Even if he succeeded in breaking through, his foundation would still be unstable, which would affect his future cultivation. He would need to spend time to make up for it. But now, he couldn't care so much. He had to get through the difficulties in front of him. Lu Ming had to break through to the next realm within 5 days. Lu Ming swallowed the violent spirit pill without hesitation. He then activated the meditation and started cultivating. In his sea of consciousness, his mental energy fire started to go berserk and burned even more vigorously. On the ground, the array glowed. This kind of array could also allow the mental energy fire to erupt with even more power. Time passed quickly. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the mental energy fire was already abnormally violent and was about to turn into an angry dragon. As the mind fire went on a rampage, the flames of the 10 mind lamps began to merge and condense into a ball that burned fiercely. Now, he had to make the blue mental fire turn purple. Once it turned purple, it meant that he had broken through to become a 7th-rank alchemist. Time flew by quickly, minute by minute. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung continued to bombard those formations, but they were broken one by one. They were about to break through the formation and enter. This kid knows that he can't escape and is waiting for death. Wang Yan sneered. Be careful later. This brat might counterattack before he dies. Jiang Taichung said. What are you afraid of? No matter how he counterattacks, he's still a spiritual ocean-tier martial artist, so what threat can he be to us? Wang Yan sneered. Jiang Taichung also nodded. It was indeed so. They were all geniuses among geniuses. It was common for them to jump levels and kill others. Moreover, they were now in a higher realm than Lu Ming. No one could defeat them when they were in a higher realm. They were constantly bombarding the array. Lu Ming had also reached a critical point in his cultivation. In his sea of consciousness, the mental energy fire continued to condense and shrink. Slowly, when it had shrunk to its limit, a wisp of purple light spread out. A small purple spirit fire was burning slowly on the first spirit lamp. It looked small and was not burning hot, but the spirit power that it emitted was 10 times stronger than before. The purple mind fire has finally broken through. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He now felt that as long as he willed it, a vast amount of spiritual power would be released. It seems that they haven't broken through the array. Let's wait for them. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He closed his eyes and activated the meditation to consolidate his cultivation. After half a day, there was a loud boom. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung finally broke through the formation and stood dozens of meters away from Lu Ming. However, they did not immediately pounce on Lu Ming because they had seen him inscribe a large formation. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and slowly got up. Lu Ming, your time of death has arrived. Wang Yan revealed a sinister smile. Oh, really? If you have the ability, come and kill me. Lu Ming revealed a contemptuous smile. Do you think that you can be safe just because you inscribed a formation? I'll break it. Wang Yan took a step forward and a stream of flames surged towards Lu Ming along the ground. The flames passed through without any obstruction. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he avoided the flame. Wang Yan was slightly taken aback, but he immediately burst out laughing. So you're just trying to be mysterious. You don't even have a formation. Die. With that, Wang Yan's figure flickered as he pounced on Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung did not move. Instead, he guarded the surroundings to prevent any changes or to prevent Lu Ming from escaping. A dragon's roar resounded as Lu Ming burst forth with his dragon energy and threw a punch at Wang Yan. With a loud boom, Lu Ming was sent flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stomped on the ground. Ha, die. Wang Yan laughed out loud as the terrifying flames surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed to one side, looking like he wanted to escape. However, Jiang Taichung moved and blocked Lu Ming, killing two great geniuses. Jiang Taichung stood in front of Lu Ming and Wang Yan rushed up from behind. Lu Ming had nowhere to run. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's expression was extremely calm. In fact, there was even a flash of killing intent. Something's wrong. For some reason, Jiang Taichung's heart suddenly jumped. He had an inexplicable sense of crisis, but he could not figure out where the sense of crisis came from. Lu Ming. Impossible. Lu Ming's cultivation level was not their match at all. Wang Yan was already closing in. At this moment, Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. Dense inscriptions appeared on the ground and a few large arrays appeared. You want to deal with us by instantly setting up a formation? Dream on. Wang Yan laughed coldly, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. No, this is a level 7 formation technique. How could you inscribe a level 7 formation technique in an instant? Wang Yan cried out in disbelief. An ordinary rank 7 alchemist could not inscribe a rank 7 formation in an instant. Only a rank 7 alchemist with profound spiritual power could do it. How could Lu Ming do it? Not good, retreat. Jiang Taichung's expression changed drastically, and he was about to retreat. However, it was already too late. The formation glowed, and golden vines condensed and wrapped around Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan. Break. An extremely sharp aura emanated from Jiang Taichung's body. With a wave of his hand, sharp sword qi burst out and cut at the vines. However, he was only able to cut off a few vines. These vines were called golden vines and were formed by a level 7 primary formation technique. They were extremely tough and were impervious to fire and water. Wang Yan roared in anger as flames spread out in an attempt to incinerate the vines. Although he could do so, the speed was extremely slow. The two of them were entangled for a while. Lu Ming sneered and continued to inscribe the array. Countless inscriptions glowed on his feet and palms. Purple mental energy fire danced between his eyebrows. A 7th rank alchemist. He's a 7th rank alchemist. He has to get out. Jiang Taichung roared in horror and attacked with all his might. The vines were cut off one by one. A few golden vines array could not completely trap Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung, but Lu Ming's purpose was to stop them for a while, and that was enough. Buzz. On the ground, another formation appeared. This time, it was a level 7 intermediate array, the frost hunting array. Formations were generally divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. For example, a level 7 primary array was sufficient to deal with martial artists of the 1st to 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. If used well, it could kill a 3rd level spirit embryo realm martial artist. However, although Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung were only at the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm, their combat strength was enough to kill a 4th level spirit embryo realm cultivator. An elementary level 7 formation technique was not of much use to them. However, it was a different story for a grade 7 intermediate formation. A middle grade level 7 formation technique was able to deal with experts at the 4th to 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, although Lu Ming's mental energy was extremely dense and far exceeded that of an inscriber of the same level, he had just broken through to level 7. It was still impossible for him to inscribe a level 7 intermediate array in an instant. He would need some time. The time that the golden vine array had blocked Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung was enough for him to inscribe a level 7 middle array. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tulavir long spears made of ice appeared, exuding an extremely cold aura. They pierced through the air and headed toward Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung respectively. Boom! Wang Yan punched out with both fists, and a terrifying flame spread out, trying to melt the ice spear. However, to his shock, the ice spear only shrank a little after piercing through the blazing fist force and continued on its way towards Wang Yan. On the other hand, Jiang Taichung spared no effort to hack at the ice spear. Although he managed to block it in the end, it was still very difficult. A layer of white frost appeared on his body, and he trembled all over as if he was about to be frozen. Whoosh! Whoosh! To their despair, more ice spears were formed. This time, there were 24 of them. Each of them had 12 roots, and they went for the kill. The two of them tried their best to block, but the power of the ice spears was too terrifying. Although they managed to block it, they were both injured. But then, more ice spears appeared. Ah! Ah! Following that, two desperate screams rang out. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung's bodies were pierced by a few ice spears respectively. Their bodies stiffened as they were frozen to the spot. No, don't kill me! Wang Yan cried out in fear. Although the Battle of Providence was dangerous, it was full of opportunities. No one had participated in the Battle of Providence, as they were all here to die. They all wanted to obtain great opportunities and boundless providence. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung were naturally the same. They wanted to obtain a great opportunity in the Battle of Providence, obtain great providence, stand out from it, and surpass those stronger geniuses. How could they have thought that they were going to die less than a month after the Battle of Providence had started? How could they be willing? Wang Yan, have you forgotten what I said? I said I will kill you. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. With a wave of his hand, the ice spear appeared and he struck again. No, no! Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung screamed in fear and madness, but they could not change the outcome. The ice spear pierced through the foreheads of the two. Then, the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. The devouring power burst out and devoured the two. It didn't take long for the refinement to be completed. Jiang Taichung cultivated the sword concept, which was not of much use to Lu Ming. When the time came, Wang Yan's fire concept would allow Lu Ming's fire concept to break through and step into level 3. However, Lu Ming's blood meridian did not improve. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was at divine level 3, while the 9 dragons' bloodline was at divine level 4. Who? After refining it, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. The Book of Destiny appeared before his eyes. He noticed that the Book of Destiny's destiny had increased by 2,000 points. This was because after killing Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung, their own luck value had been taken away by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming's luck value was close to 5,000. Then, he looked at the stone door. He had to break this stone door. Lu Ming began to inscribe the array in front of the stone door. This time, he spent half a day to inscribe a level 7 advanced array. Lu Ming could instantly cast a beginner level 7 array. However, if he was given enough time, he could even set up a top-notch level 7 array. The formation glowed, forming a giant hammer that smashed toward the stone door. The hammer condensed by a level 7 advanced array was many times stronger than Lu Ming's attack. Boom! The stone door shook violently as if it was about to be broken. Continue. One by one, the giant hammers formed and smashed against the door. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sounds were endless. After more than a dozen attacks, the door was broken open with a bang, revealing a dark passage. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and a puppet walked in first. Seeing that there was no danger, Lu Ming also stepped in. After the passage, there was a huge underground secret room. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.